6 months Pog. PogU 13 months. Seven-month streak, thanks to my wife's Amazon Prime Bee. Oh, you've been getting me through the workdays. Thank you. Two months. Whoop. As drip. Yee. Me Earl now has drip. Any more crowd game today? 8 months. Woo. Sup peeps. Can I get some Peepo Baba S in chat? Love my streamer.
Waiting for Hasan. Gonna go watch some videos and just do a lot of commentary on his stream. It's all a meme. So now what are we waiting for? Waiting for Hasan. What will he do when he's live? Open up the casino, let the gambler in. It's time to sit. I bet we're gonna be sitting here waiting for Hasan. I used to come here for politics. Now I watch him game and yell at great names all day. God, how long have I been sitting here waiting for Hasan? Waiting for Hasan. Waiting for Hasan. Waiting for Hasan.
What's going on, everybody? Hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, a fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. And we are live and alive once again on this beautiful 67-degree day in sunny California, Los Angeles. It's Wednesday, November 10th. 2021, and I'm actually right on time. It's 11:12.
months.
That's right.
Poggies.
And I hope everyone's having a great day today. I missed out on the hoodie, man. Don't you worry about a thing, baby. Okay? Apparently, Ben Shabibo was on Joseph Robinette Rogan today. God damn it.
Asshole.
That's like content for the day. Lined the fuck up. Oh my god. At first I was like, I don't know what the fuck's going on. I don't know what the fuck's going on. And then I found out, never mind, actually, as a matter of fact, you know, there's a lot going on. YouTube is getting rid of the dislikes. India Walton lost. Kyle Rittenhouse cried in court. We have a lot to talk about. Obviously, there's going to be some merchandising updates as well, as a matter of fact. Bro, everyone's buying fucking cars.
Shout out to
I'm just
that charged a
just
couple
freestyling right now at this moment. But like,
during
goddamn,
merch
everyone was
drop.
motherfucking every Twitch room is buying vehicles, dude. I think I gotta buy a car.
Cop the hoodie last night, thanks King Prince.
I think I am very likely, given how quickly the hoodies sold out and how many of you were unable to get them, I might put in another order for manufacturing for the new and just like we wiped out their existing supply, so we might just make them manufacture more blanks just so that everyone can get some. You can't own a house and a car. Porsche Taycan. Get the Porsche Taycan. Yeah, most likely. I bought t-shirt. You watch clip. Good clip. URL scan will not reveal good inside. I bought t-shirt. What?
Wow.
I don't care. That's not how this works. Okay. Retrofitting an old truck and turning it into an electric vehicle might be cool for content and the drive. I mean, I would have to get like Donut Media to fucking do that. You know what I mean? I don't know who the fuck would be able to do that, but yeah.
Ooh.
Anyway. I got yelled at by Tankies for wanting your merch. I deserve a hoodie. Sad. Yeah, don't worry. You're gonna get it. You use my Insta post. You use my meme in your Insta post. I'm honored. Thank you. That's right. I did do that.
F annotations.
That's right. I just blasted a new fucking meme on the timeline, boys.
/ release namespace. F labels. fapp.kubernetes.io/instance.
Why do people do this? Is this like the new fucking meme? It's so fucking annoying, dude. It's like, I don't know. Have you seen Münecat videos on GB News? No, I have not. I did not know who this person was. I was not aware of their videos until yesterday, which we will get to. Anyway, there's a lot to talk about today, okay? Get Rich rebuilds to build you a truck. Shipping is a bit too expensive to Canada. Can get an NFT hoodie instead. I saw a parked truck today at my local Costco selling Let's Go Brandon merch. It was glorious. I love that. Canceled my Discord Nitro because of this NFT integration tease from their C-suite execs. Gross. Can you finish Elden Ring preview or at least watch network test? Dude, I was reading up. Oh my god, I'm fucking stoked for Elden Ring. I was reading up on Elden Ring, like, and what's going on. The hoodies are sold out. I know. I'm working on restocking them. Just calm down, okay? It's gonna happen. And the Thrill Can Kill shirts are not sold out, I don't think. I don't know why they're saying they are. Hold on. Dude, this is like a full-time fucking job. The problem with the re-up though, the problem if we re-up the hoodies, like, you're not gonna be able to get it. It's not gonna ship out by December 13th for the people who are getting it like later, for the people who couldn't get it on the first round. So you will most likely get it by like the end of December. So that's the problem. But yeah, no, I was looking at the article, the Gene article about Elden Ring, and he's saying that it's like literally the greatest game of all time. So Said the same thing about Cyberpunk? Who did? Gene didn't say the same thing about Cyberpunk, did he? Anyway, fuck, dude. Get the Ford F-100 Illuminator. Yeah, I don't know what that is, but probably not. Okay, listen. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news. I was obviously doing, as I always do, my podcast with Will today. We did an episode where we looked into like Gary Vee stuff. We did a really fun episode. Oh, it's the electric truck I loved. Yeah, that's sick, but you know, it's a concept only. If I could purchase a concept truck, I would. Like, if I could purchase that concept truck, I would 100% buy it. Is the podcast done in your house? No. The F-100 is the electric truck I like. Yeah, I want that. We should probably do a fucking thing for the hoodies. Like, I don't know. We should probably put like a notey for the hoodies, like that there will be restocked. It only seats 2 though. I don't give a fuck, dude. Are you hang drying your merch? No, I am not. I've been drying it. We're gonna re-up the hoodies because everyone is fucking everyone's losing it. It drives like a 2-door. It's like a 4-door that drives like a 2-door. Can you do a blue hoodie in the future? Well, we could technically release navy ones too. I don't know if you guys would fuck with the navy though. Like, if you want it immediately, you could get the navy. If you want the orange or the black or the charcoal, you can, and you haven't been able to get it in the first round, you can get like, it'll be a little bit later. It'll re-up a little bit later. Hope this will cheer up. New season of Always Sunny. Why do you sound like HasanAbi right now? I'm just a little tired. Last night, after I ended the broadcast, you know what I fucking did? I played Super Mario Party by myself with bots and Boomerang Fu by myself with bots. That's what I fucking did. So I could practice Super Mario Party. So that's what I did. That's what I was fucking working on. Can you do zip-up hoodies? No. That's not all I was doing. I've spent my entire life. I'm done now. I'm done with politics. It's official. I'm officially done with politics. I'm no longer a political streamer. I'm no longer a political commentator. I am full blown. That's why you didn't want to make the spreadsheet yourself? No, because it's fucking annoying to make the spreadsheet and I'm not very good and I miss shit. Anyway, the mods were like sending me info, like their information, and they couldn't like fucking all put it in one place because they didn't want to dox each other. So like they had to individually send me their details, and I was like, fucking Jesus Christ. Anyway, but I'm like I said, I'm no longer a political streamer. In my CRT law class, we talked about your union supply chain issue. Yeah. That's dope. Anyway, what I was gonna say is I spent the night fucking working on restocking. We're probably going to just re-up. Yeah, I mean, not probably. We're gonna re-up with Bayside, make them fucking pump out more like blanks, make them create more blanks so that we can actually get everybody hoodies that couldn't get it, especially people that are working. So don't worry, we're gonna re-up the same 3 hoodies as well. And if you want it before the holiday season, like if you want it shipped out on December 13th, then I'm potentially planning on releasing navy ones too. And I'll keep you guys posted on when we restock. Okay? The joke was that because of how much time this is fucking taken, I'm officially now just a garment manufacturer streamer, and no longer I'm a merchandise streamer, and no longer am I a political commentator. Anyway, let's just get started here. Daycare is open. Kyle Rittenhouse cries on trial. $100 Thieves, HasanAbi joining Hoodie Org confirmed. Yeah. I'm a small business tyrant now, for sure. Bernie Sanders behind you looks like he needs a new hoodie too. No, he's fine, bro. He's got that expensive ass jacket, remember? Bernie Sanders claims he's a socialist, wears fucking jackets. It's bullshit. Gotta open your own factory now. Yeah, I'm gonna be Engels, dude. Straight Engels. Yo, what up, Rami? I'm gonna be straight Engels up in this bitch, dude. Factory owner. No, I'm just kidding. We're not gonna do that. Would you ever join an org? Maybe. Any shot to play Forza Horizon 5 now that it's out on that good cussy? Potentially. What up, Themasius? Themasius is back with a fucking fire playlist. We'll look at the Themasius playlist in a second. Kyle Rittenhouse cries on trial. Elden Ring looks fire. I will be restocking the hoodies. And more news. Get in now. Okay. The teas are all still available, by the way. YouTube removed the dislike bar. Not that that fucking matters. I don't really care about that one. Dude, I love this emote. Like, straight up. This is the cutest fucking emote of all time, by the way. Dude. Here you go, by the way, boys. Here it is. Blast this off to your friends and family. Let people know the hoodies will be restocked. But if you get it, like, when we re-release them, and I'll mention when they are re-released. But when we re-release them, if you are still trying to get the hoodies, it's going to be a little later for you. I'm sorry. The original shipment, if you purchased it, is going to be December 13th. But if you purchase it when we re-release them, it's going to be a little bit later. So, who made this? Made by PFC Blue Balls. Thank you, PFC Blue Balls. I don't know if you're in here right now, but I fucking love this emote. I mean, we can make Haas Drip or Haas Hoodie. Forza, I hear, is like super sick, and I do want to buy a car eventually, so I feel like I should probably fucking play some Forza, maybe to get me excited. What is this? In an unusual request, Kyle Rittenhouse lawyers are asking for a mistrial with the prejudice to be called because prosecutors discussed the right to remain silent in front of the jury. If the jury approves, Rittenhouse could not be retried for the crimes. Wait, what the fuck? I'm not gonna get a Rivian, dude. I forgot to mention Ben Shapiro's on Joe Rogan. Fuck. God damn it. I can't believe I forgot that. That's like the main fucking thing. Content alert. Get a wheel too? No, I'm not gonna get a wheel. Wouldn't that just make it a retrial, not a mistrial? No. Forza Horizon 5 is on Game Pass. I don't know what the fuck that is, but it doesn't matter. I'll just buy it. It doesn't like. Pelosi just officiated an oil baron billionaire's wedding and they rented out the entirety of SF City Hall. What? The Getty wedding? Oh my god, of course she did, dude. Of course she fucking did. Nancy girl boss Pelosi. Of course she did that. I mean, are you kidding me? What, are you not gonna fucking do that? Are you not gonna do that, dude? Are you just, you know, if you're a girl boss and you're a gatekeeper and you're a girl queen and you're a slay queen, are you just not gonna officiate a fucking Getty wedding? Like, I don't understand. Let's take a look at this. Let's get started with this one. This is why Democrats will lose the election, the next 4 election cycles, says critic. Okay, that's fucking stupid. Absolutely zero motherfuckers are gonna. It is entirely dependent on how much. It is entirely dependent on like how much the news covers it. Ivy Getty's lavish wedding at Tobias Engel may have broken family curse. Oil heiress Ivy Getty wed tech entrepreneur Tobias Engel in a lavish 3-day wedding bash in San Francisco, in a beginning for the poor little rich girl who had a chaotic upbringing and lost her father to a drug overdose. I don't know anything about the Getty family and I do not care. I do find it really funny that there's like some kind of curse that billionaires have though. That would be pretty chill, I think. Steam Deck got delayed. Dismissing a case with prejudice means that the judge can set conditions that affect any subsequent retrials on the issue at hand. It's not typically used in this way, as the Rittenhouse attorneys are trying to do. The 26-year-old just got married to her photographer boyfriend, Tobias Engel. Okay, photographer? Tech entrepreneur, photographer? So what does that mean? That means his pappy had some... He probably comes from a rich family, right? Every rich person is a photographer, okay? Let's take a look. Who is Tobias Engel? Model and artist Ivy Love Getty is officially in the market after officially off the market. Oh man. If you're an heiress from a billionaire family, then your wedding is going to be nothing less than extravagant. Ivy Love Getty is a great-granddaughter of oil tycoon J. Paul Getty. She married photographer Tobias Engel in San Francisco City Hall wearing an exquisite John Galliano. I don't care. Give me some fucking deets on this dude who literally looks, and I shit you not, this Tobias Engel dude straight up looks like a villain. Like, doesn't he just look like he looks like, you know, Macaulay Culkin's brother on Succession. Like, he just looks so wiry and wormy. Sizes medium through XXL be ready to. Sizes small will be ready to ship by February 1st. Okay. Okay. We're gonna... He's giving me Timothy Chalamet vibes a little bit. The word you're looking for is smug. Trust fund baby crying about being rich and having her dad at OD. Imagine being poor. I mean, it's still not great. Like, okay, listen. These rich people that like come from these like fucking freak families still obviously go through like some of the human condition shit. Okay. They obviously still go through it. Like, they go through, like, you know, I mean, having your dad fucking overdose on drugs and die is not great. You know what I mean? It probably helps when you're, you know, able to wipe your tears away with straight up fucking banknotes. You know what I mean? But you think she said poggers when he died? No, I think she said weird champ or Sag, probably. You are a loser, Ms. Kids. We hate you and you stink, Ms. Kids. We hate you and you are an L nerd, Ms. Kids. I mean, you're literally a child and you are calling yourself a child. Fuck you, Hasan, Ms. Kid. So I don't know what to do about that. He looks like a villainous spoiled kid. Yeah, I agree. Engel's great grandfather owned a factory and wrote a book with some guy named Carl. Wait, he's not related to, no, that's not. American flag banner. Not a real Miss Kid, not a real Miss Kid. Yeah. You'd think, but that dude is probably 35. Yeah, most likely. In a lot of instances, I always assume that like people who are posting like really fucking dumb things on the timeline are, you know, people who are posting dumb things on the timeline are like young kids. And then I am shocked to find out always that they're like not young kids, but actually straight up fucking, you know, like 30 years old. Oh yeah, Abby Martin confronts Nancy Pelosi, friend of the show, Abby. We'll look at that too. I am banning you. I have a huge crush on you, person. I feel like you're creeping me out, so you're permanently banned now. Please deal with that on your own. You have been consistently asking to date me in the chat for the past couple of days. Just because I'm a guy and you are a girl does not change the dynamic that it's still creepy as fuck when you routinely ask to date me over and over again. Please re-examine that immediately. Okay? How many people have you banned? Thousands. Okay. Hi, Hasan. Going through a real hard time lately. Happy to watch you live again. Oh, sorry to hear that, man. So, okay. There are ways of asking me normal questions that won't get you banned. It's just like, if you fucking consistently ask to date me over the course of like 3 days, regularly admitting that you are parasocial and you want to date me, then, you know, that's different. Okay. All right, let's do it. Ben Shabibo was on Joe Rogan. Okay, so Nancy Pelosi officiated this wedding. Is the not getting away with it meme just a meme, or is it just really that hard out there? At least check if she's hot before banning. No. Caught girlfriend of 4 years in another dude's bed. Can I get an F from HasanAbi? Listen, brother. If your girlfriend of 4 years cheated on you, wait, why? What were you doing at another dude's bed? By the way, that's kind of sus, fellas. Fellas, is it gay to find your girlfriend cheating on you with another dude if you're in the other dude's house and you're in his bedroom? That's kind of sus. I'm just saying, dude. It's probably a fake story, by the way. Do you have plans for hats, caps, and the merch store? Yes. Last night I was talking to my merch people. Okay, sorry, garment or apparel people, and we were having a conversation about like what some of the products are that I want to put out, and we were talking about hats, and they literally were like, "We are talking to the only singular one, okay, 1E, 1. Numero uno, domestic manufacturer of hats that also is unionized. There's one. There isn't two. There isn't three. There's just one. Only one of these motherfuckers make hats that are unionized in the work and do domestic manufacturing. And like, the fucking problem is like, a lot of those places are much smaller. So they can't even handle it. Like, they can't even handle the demand. You guys fucking wipe this shit out. It's nuts. But yes, I will be, I want to do hats. I want to do jewelry. I want to do a lot of shit. We got a lot of cool shit coming down the pipe. Don't worry about it. Heiress Ivy Getty's wedding was fit for a modern princess with maid of honor and Anna Taylor-Joy. What the fuck? Dude, this is nuts, dude. This is some wild shit. I'm just looking to see if there's any cute ladies in the fucking crowd. You know what I mean? Nope. What the fuck? Okay, what?
The Queen's Gambit star, Anya Taylor-Joy, trades her stunning Emmy Awards gown for
Sorry. Bro, this is nuts. Like, this lady is the opposite of me. I am so jealous. I'm so incredibly jealous of her dome. What the fuck? This lady is like a third of her entire body is the dome. What is happening, dude? That's awesome. I'm not being rude. I'm jealous of the fucking... I am in awe of her dome. That's Alice. She's a PC music artist. Alice Longyou Gao or something. Finding out Anna Taylor-Joy and Cara Delevingne are like royalty. Is Anna Taylor-Joy royalty too? That wouldn't surprise me because she is Argentinian. Dude, that's Alice Longyou Gao. Be nice. I didn't say anything bad. I've literally am in awe of her dome. I want that dome. It's a dome fitting my body. Midsummer vibes. Yeah, this is like kind of creepy, but whatever. Rich people do creepy shit all the time. It's like the aesthetic. So, okay, so Nancy Pelosi officiated this like wedding. Dude, the Independent paywalling their articles is so funny to me. It's like, who the fuck would be like, "Why, bruv, need me a fucking Independent subscription, yeah? Little subby boy to the Independent." It's like, no. No one. First of all, if your target demographic is people that don't know how to read, which is the Independent's target demographic, then like, why the fuck are you paywalling your shit? They're literally not going to pay to read. They don't know how to. Okay? You are a newspaper that writes news for people who do not know how to read above like a third grade reading level. Okay? It's not happening. Oh, you got a license for that news reading, governor. You got a tele license. You got a news reading license for that. You'd like her songs, CVS store? Yo, fuck her. Now that I've gotten your attention, please do your Twitch Prime on HasanAbi so he can increase his wealth. Thanks. Yeah, please do that. If you would like. Have you covered Evergrande at all? No. Okay, let's get started with Kyle Rittenhouse fucking crying. All right. Also, I have a new Instagram post up too, but I don't think you guys give a shit. So I'm never posting on Instagram again. I'm done. All right. So this young boy was vaccinated 2 hours before this video was filmed. Kyle Rittenhouse, as Rittenhouse begins to describe Rosenbaum running towards him, breaks down on the stand. The judge had to call for a 10-minute break.
People right there.
Bro, let me just say something, okay? First of all, this kid's a fucking demon. Straight up. One, I said this last year when this event took place. Obviously, he's like a piece of shit. I mean, he's a gigantic piece of shit. He's a murderer. He will most likely get away with it. It is what is known as a legal kill. But also, on the other hand, if circumstances were different, Kyle Rittenhouse is, and I said this last year, you can literally fucking look this up. He is the perfect person for rehabilitation. He's 17 years old. He is, you know, he got a fucking legal kill and a legal maiming. Okay. But ultimately, he's so young that a system that is designed to rehabilitate people would be able to rehabilitate someone like Kyle Rittenhouse. It's not going to happen most likely because one, he's going to get away with it, and two, he's going to become like a senator or some shit. Okay. Ultimately, let's be fucking real. He's probably going to go become like a fucking cop, and then not even, he's probably going to skip the cop step. He's just going to be like, he's going to be like a fucking congressperson or some shit, you know? But he really wanted to commit murder. Yeah. Anyone that says like, anyone that hides behind the legality of the situation or refuses to recognize that like this was a dude who very clearly, one, fantasized about fucking like being in a kinetic situation where he could do an ocular pat down and like fucking gun down people, and then acted out on that desire that goddamn near every conservative has had and has like literally fucking talked about regularly, and then was able to secure 2 legal kills in a situation like that. Is delusional. Like anyone who's like just trying to talk about this on like the law side of it is a fucking silly bitch. Judge Rage, when the prosecution brought up his past, yeah, it's like the judge is fucking bullshit. From what I understand, I've been following it not super closely, and obviously the criminal justice system is already bullshit too. So, like this was cooked from the start.
Testimony on
Here. He tells, and from what I understand, the prosecutors weren't even that fucking good, ultimately. But let's watch Kyle Rittenhouse fucking cry on the stand, talking about how he, murdered people and like acted out on his fucking desires, which was to get legal kills.
And I was cornered from in front of me with Mr. Zeminski, and there were.
Hold on. There is nothing there. Like that doesn't show the actual fucking kill, but I just want to make sure that it's not. It's like right before it, so I don't want to show it. Hold on one second. I want to show you him crying though, because it's funny. So I'm just gonna cover that part. Here. It doesn't show, it's a still image, but I don't want to risk it. You know what I mean?
There were 3 people right there.
Take a deep breath now.
He really looks like a pig. I mean, he's a pig. Like, I tuned in during the beginning and the judge dismissed the defense for wanting to call one of the dudes involved as a mental hospital patient. Bro, what is even the defense? The dude murdered 2 people for no reason. The defense is he is a good, wholesome, white Christian boy who traveled to Kenosha specifically so he could defend someone else's fucking property. I mean, who amongst us has not done that? That's totally normal. And then was acting out in self-defense. You know, because people just, these rioters and these looters, they hate the notion of private property, and they're rioters and looters. And that's precisely why, they wanted to kill him. They wanted to murder him because he was a big defender of patriotism. Because conservatives are under attack. A lot of fucked up shit happened. He was also walking around lying about being a medic. No, I think he did actually. I mean, some people do that. They do bring like medical supplies with them. That doesn't change the reality that like, here's what you do when you want to fucking bring medical supplies to an active situation where shit could pop off. Not your fucking AR-15 that you're brandishing, and just the medical supplies. That's what you do. The medic was the guy he didn't kill but was shot. Yeah, like... Imagine risking your life for someone else's property. I mean, he wasn't even like technically risking his life. He was trying to get a legal kill. Like, that's what he was trying to do, and he got it. This is what happens when you get a fucking legal kill. Except the problem is everyone is also turning him into a hero. So this is like the greatest thing that could have happened to like internet conservatives, because the greatest thing that could have happened to internet conservatives is this, because this is their fantasy. This is like the psychopathic, bloodthirsty fantasies that they've all had. Okay? Reddit was going off the shelf, off on the self-defense shit, lol. He's crying without getting tears, is fake fuck. It doesn't even matter, dude. Like, it doesn't matter. It's like, this was a performance for the jury towards the end of his breakdown. Just before the break, he should have been most distraught. Check it out. He glances over. This was a performance for the jury towards the end of his breakdown, just before the break, when Rittenhouse should have been the most distraught. He was glancing over to the jury with very calm eyes. Prosecutor literally started by blaming video games and then threats of mistrial. Yeah, I mean, it was dog shit from top to bottom. And if any of you motherfuckers think that, like, in a situation where, like, a black nationalist, you know what I mean? Like a Pan-African black nationalist, like one of the not fucking around coalition guys, shot two fucking white people and traveled across state lines with a gun that he wasn't supposed to have on him and shot two white people. If you think that, like, the self-defense aspect would work, you are literally delusional. Like, you're insane. First of all, he wouldn't have been able to walk away. They would have killed him immediately. So, you know, cops would not be like, hey, here's some water bottles for you, sir. Thanks for all your good, sir. Thanks for your service, kind sir. They would just literally fucking murder him on the spot. Here's the clip of him looking at the jury. It's 100 times better. Bro, that's hilarious, dude. Okay, dude. Like, this motherfucker is not a victim, and this motherfucker is not, like, distraught. He literally did exactly what conservatives openly fucking fantasize about on the internet, which is go to a fucking riot situation, okay, with your weapon and shoot. That's why Chris Kyle openly lied about killing looters during Katrina off the top of the Superdome. Like, these are, if you've been following hogs like I have for a very long time, you immediately knew what the fuck was going on, okay? You immediately knew what the fuck was going on. This is a guy who acted on the desires that so many fucking conservatives have. This and literally driving over protesters, which is like an easier way to get a confirmed legal kill there. So those are the two things. So much so that like 90% of conservative media that has made memes about driving over Black Lives Matter protesters had to literally delete all of those fucking articles and those video compilations that they had made in the aftermath of Charlottesville when Heather Heyer was murdered by a white supremacist terrorist who traveled all the way down the fucking Charlottesville and acted out on that desire of driving into a crowd of fucking anti-fascist protesters. So that's it. That's the reality. That's how it works. A guy tried to do this in my city, posted on Instagram beforehand with a rant about get our weapons and defend ourselves nonsense, was showing a gun beforehand, saying he was going down to the protest, pointed a gun at someone too, didn't shoot though. That's illegal, by the way. Like, you can't just be fucking brandishing your AR-15 around. You know what I mean? Just like you can't fucking bring someone else's AR-15 over state lines. I don't give a fuck if it's 20 minutes, you know, if it's just a 20-minute drive. Like, it doesn't matter. You're literally fucking violating multiple laws. So you can reduce it to the fucking self-defense argument till the cows come home, but ultimately, the reality does not change. It's unchanging. Where's the friend he called right after he killed a man to brag about it? If the Rittenhouse don't fit in house, you must acquit in house. What the fuck? Yeah. Motherfuckers be like, actually, technically, it was, you know, 23 minutes and 30 seconds of drive time, which all of a sudden it completely fucking, you know, destroys the argument that it's across state boundaries. Like, I mean, there's different laws in different states, and there are federal laws like the ones that Kyle Rittenhouse violated in an effort to get a fucking legal kill. And he did. Okay? Hold this L. Dude admitted to aiming his gun first. Wait, what? Hold this L. What L, dude? Like, what kind of fucking delusional baboons do I have in this community if you're like not looking at the situation from a broader perspective and exclusively hyper-focusing on literally just the fucking idiotic details that will absolve someone? Yeah. We're all holding the L, you fucking dingus. The L is that, like, in the United States of America, you as a 17-year-old can get so fucked up in the brain and so brain diseased that you can literally go to a fucking active situation as a counter protester with an AR-15, kill a bunch of people, kill 2 people, maim another, and get away with it. How is that? We're all holding the L as a society. If your only interest in this situation is just like the win an internet argument, lol, in the fucking Twitch chatters, you know, community, you are a pathetic dweeb. You know what I mean? Holy fuck. It's just like, it is a complete betrayal of the values that you supposedly espouse, that you supposedly fucking care about. You know what I mean? Anyway, here's a ban for you, so you hold that L. 6-month subscriber, dumbass. It's like, I don't give a fuck about the internet argument side of this, okay? I know that that's a lot of what you care about, which is like, ooh, like, do we win the internet argument here? Is that what happened? Do we lose the internet argument? Because, like, you have fucking horse blinders on, and the only thing you care about is the blood sports of, like, 2 fucking virgin nerds going up against one another on the internet with, like, who will win rhetorically over one another, and that's the only thing you care about. But, like, you know, motherfuckers died, bro. That's not great. You're on Twitter all day. Look at yourself. I mean, yeah, I also, this is my job. Like, I don't know if you know that. Kind of like how I run the top of the hour ad break at the top of the hour at 12. Okay. And then I tell you that you can avoid those ads if you no longer want to see those ads. And if you want an ad-free broadcasting experience, that all you need to do is subscribe. You can subscribe for $5 or you can subscribe for free if you want to save your $5, because the hoodies are about to drop at 12 p.m. Pacific. That's right, I said it. We are restocking the hoodies. Then all you need to do is use your Twitch Prime. Yeah. I didn't do a good enough job describing it, but we restocked the hoodies. They're going to be a little, obviously they're going to be a little delayed the second time around. So if you're buying different colored hoodies or if you're buying like new hoodies, yes, they will be restocked at 12 p.m. With Prime, it costs you $0 to upset conservatives by subbing to Hasan. Yeah. Yes, the hoodies are going to be restocking in 3 minutes, but the ad break comes right now. Okay, first of the day. By the way, this is how I know no one reads the fucking, no one, and I mean no one reads the titles. Because I changed my title secretly. I changed my title earlier, like half an hour earlier. I said, Ben Shapiro and Joe Rogan, hoodies are restocking at 12 p.m. Pacific at ideology.shop. and no one saw it. Not a single fucking person read that. Not a single person saw it. Here. We'll do one big blast so that people don't fucking miss out on it. You will get them delayed, unfortunately, but if you buy it now, this time around, you will get them in, it'll ship out in the end of December, in the beginning of January. The 9-to-5 job Andes are going to be mad again. Should you wait till later? But then they get mad because I dropped it too late. They get mad. Wait, this is a lie, right? There's no shot. Okay, you made this up. It's not on fucking StockX for $1,300. But it's a funny meme. I'm yoinking this. I did it last night after people. I mean, first of all, they dropped it without asking me. Kind of the last time around, I would have like changed it a little bit. I would have changed the timing of it, but then you can never time the drop perfectly, and people are going to complain either way. Thanks for all your hard work getting the merch up. Yeah. Grifter resellers. Okay, here. Here you go. Blast this out to your friends and family if they want to fucking get it. There you go. It's live as of now. The hoodies should be restocked. If you get it this time around, they're going to be a little bit later. Please stop doing these fucking ads all the time. Okay, let's get back to the news now. This is how you know the trial is cooked. Coming back from lunch, Kyle Rittenhouse's defense team argues that the prosecution is purposely aiming for a mistrial. Meanwhile, the judge's phone rings. The ringtone is Lee Greenwood's patriotic anthem, God Bless the USA. Oh, of course, dude. They're like, what? I have no opinion on this one way or the other. Fuck it, dude. Like, I don't know.
I don't think that's necessarily what I'm supposed to do. But I think the court has to make some findings as it relates to the bad faith on the part of the prosecution. And if the court makes a finding that the actions that I had talked about.
Dude, defense is literally laughing. They're just actually laughing. That's great.
Were done in bad faith.
He smiled. He's like, it's such a wrap, dude. This is such a layup. He's like, I cannot believe how much of a fucking layup this is. Lawyer also made fat bank. Yeah, it's like.
Then I think both elements.
I'm surprised the defense hasn't called up Joe Rogan on his expert opinion on this. They can argue self-defense or whatever, but what about his illegal gun? It literally doesn't matter. It does not matter. It does not matter. Hasan versus Linus 1v1 win. Whenever, dude. Name the time and place. Why would they want a mistrial if they can get innocent? What happened to the match against Rice Gum, though? I used to be a LARPing ass Red Guard. What up, dude? What? Even if he's guilty of the gun charge, I bet the judge will just fine him. I mean, dude, it doesn't matter. It's just like, none of it matters. They're gonna fucking, he's gonna get away with it. Judge going off on the prosecution. Here.
Denial.
From day one, this judge was already fucking biased Andy. Like, you know.
Why would you think that that made it okay for you, without any advance notice, to bring this matter before the jury? You are already, I was astonished.
He's fucking laying into the prosecutor. Binger mentioned a previous time the defender had wished he had his AR-15 to protect property. Judge ruled pre-trial it's not coming in. Judge sent jury out and is screaming at Binger.
When you began your examination by commenting on the defendant's post-arrest.
Like, I mean, the trial started off. If you want to understand like how this fucking works, the trial literally started off with the judge stating that you could not consider the dead victims, but you could technically consider them rioters and looters, which I would say is maybe a little bit, a little bit slanted in one direction.
Silence. That's basic law. It's been basic law in this country for 40 years, 50 years. I have no idea why you would do something like that. And it gives, well, I'll leave it at that. So I don't know what you're up to.
May I respond?
Yes.
We filed an other acts motion on this exact issue because in my mind, and I argued this, it is identical to what was going on the night of August 25th, in the sense that the defendant was using this exact same weapon. He was using it in a manner to try and protect property.
No, he wasn't.
Your Honor, with all due respect...
I'm not going to rehash the motion. That's absolutely untrue. No. Your arguments of record, my comments are of record, and why I ruled as I did is of record. There's nothing that I heard in this trial to suggest anything's changed, even if you're correct in your assumption that you know more than I did at the time. You should have come to the court and say, I want to go into this. Why you would think that you could go into it without any advance notice to the court, I don't understand that. And as the defense is pointing out, you're an experienced trial lawyer, and this should not have been gone into.
Your Honor, there have been things in this case, testimony in this case, that I believe opens the door.
Jesus Christ, who is using the Chrome? First world country? We are, dude, we are not, okay? I mean, my dude put out a performance that he didn't even need to do.
Pardon me?
That was before the defense testimony.
Don't get brazen with me.
Don't get brazen with me, don't ya know? Are you going to watch the live stream for the case? No, of course not, dude. Of course the fuck not. Obviously, I'm not. And the reason for why I'm not going to fucking go through it is because I don't want to get banned. There's like a lot of fucking TOS shit in courtrooms. You know that already. I didn't do the George Floyd court case either, if you remember. I did it like briefly. We looked at it for like 3.5 minutes, and then I was like, I can't do this.
You knew very well. You know very well that an attorney can't go into these types of areas when the judge has already ruled without asking outside the presence of the jury to do so. So don't give me that. That's number one. Number two, this is propensity evidence. I said at the time that I made my ruling, and I'll repeat again now for you, I see no similarity between talking about wishing you had your AR gun, which you don't have, so that you could fire rounds at these thought to be shoplifters, and the incidents in these cases, which are not, there's nothing in your case that suggests the defendant was lying in wait to shoot at somebody or reflecting upon the shooting for a vast amount of time. Every one of the incidents involved.
Hasan made a limited supply of the orange hoodie, so I buy the black hoodie and then the orange hoodie once it's been restocked. Capitalist, without a doubt. Yeah, totally. No, I love that. Instead of like just having enough readily available at the time in a timely manner so that everyone could be happy and buy whatever the fuck they want to buy. I did this on purpose, dude.
Matters that involve.
Wait, was he about to say thug?
Vast amount of time. Every one of the incidents involves matters that involve seconds in time. So I commented at the time, I don't see the similarity, and I don't see the similarity now. If it's not similar, that's the whole rule.
I don't see how talking about wishing you had your gun to shoot is relevant to having your gun and shooting at a different date. The same gun. I can't access the site on mobile. Is that normal? Dude, I am not the fucking... It's not normal. I can access the site easily on mobile, and I don't want to be the fucking FAQ system here. There's like, the website has like all of those questions answered. Judge is more senile and emotionally volatile than Joe Biden. Go ask the contact us, all the questions you have, just reach out to the contact us portion and they will help you, okay? Yeah, motherfuckers are like, yo, it's tech support.
That's what
Come on, bro. Come on, bro.
That's what I run.
We're gonna just take it. Time for our break anyway.
Oh, you poor kid, don't you know? Let's see how the fucking Rittenhouse judge behaves when they're talking to the defense, though. Hold on, I'm gonna do a quick pre-scroll here, see if there's any blood or anything like that. Okay, no. Like, from what I saw, the prosecution was kind of doo-doo, but also the judge was, you know, it was heavily slanted in a certain side from the jump, I think.
It's just,
Well,
yeah, I had made a ruling that the evidence wasn't coming in, and you decided that it was.
If I could just respond to that briefly, Your Honor, I was about to say, I did not interpret your ruling as an absolute. We've had 3 state motions in the line. There was one in which we asked the court to introduce evidence that the defendant was at Pudgy's bar with Proud Boys, and you were clear that is not coming in. There was,
You know, don't get into other subjects. Come on, what you're telling me, you're an experienced trial attorney, and you're telling me that when the judge says, I'm excluding this, you just to take it upon yourself to put it in because you think that you've found a way around it? Come on.
if I may finish, Your Honor, I was about to say your ruling on our 3 motions and other acts motions was, there were some gradations there. You were clear
The judge is trying to deny the prosecution from contextualizing Kyle's intentions while at the same time allowing statements from police about how cars were burning and buildings being destroyed. Good shit. I mean, what you just described right there is the exact same energy as not being able to fucking frame the people that died as victims, but also being able to call them and giving an allowance to call them rioters and looters. So it's the exact same energy. It's just that, like, it's just super prejudiced and super biased. It's just how it is. Like, and if you thought that, like, bro, if you thought that a white 17-year-old boy did something that every fucking conservative has fantasized about, which is to get a legal kill in a situation like this as a counter-protester, if you thought that they were not going to let him get away with this, I don't know what to tell you. The judge legit looks like he wants to say, okay, fuck this. I just like the kid, okay? I like what he did. He walks. I mean, the verdict in this initial trial doesn't even matter. Will 100% be appealed? Bro, this kid is literally gonna fucking get away with it, okay? He's 17. They did a very good job of, like, hiding all of the prior things that you could use to, you know, build actively a character, like, that you could portray his character and his intentions, because ultimately the part of, like, the self-defense, that sticks. That's gonna stick. If you can't talk about the prior convictions that this person had, not like legally, I'm saying the reason why he was there, you're never going to be able to fucking do anything with that case. Like, his goal was to put himself in a situation like this so he could fucking go and shoot people, and he did. It is a very common conservative trope. It's a very common conservative fantasy. It's a very common conservative desire, and he acted out those desires perfectly. Now, not only that, but the really scary part about this is that this is a super fucking common threat. So now you have other people who are going to behave in a similar capacity, okay? You're going to have other people behave in a similar capacity, knowing full well that they will be hailed as heroes in the end, and can get like a fucking a book deal out of it instead of criminal punishment. I can't wait until you give me a reason to shoot tactic. Yeah, exactly.
Just asked you, so you're a certified EMT, and you said yes, correct?
Yes.
That was a lie, correct?
I'm not an EMT.
You're not a certified EMT. You're not an EMT of any kind. You weren't on that night, correct?
Yes.
So you lied to him, correct?
I told him I was an EMT, but I wasn't.
And you knew you were being interviewed by someone in the media when you told that lie, didn't you?
Yes.
That was the judge's ringtone? I thought that was someone in the jury's ringtone. God bless the USA. The normalization of this dude is scary. Militias will get so much if he gets a light punishment. No punishment, bro. On the one hand, you got Tucker Carlson fucking talking about how, like, the FBI is literally trying to kill white American patriots. And then on the other hand, you have, you know, the actual criminal justice system allowing white conservative kids to just, like, go and fucking murk people as long as it's like as long as they can establish that they are unsafe. knowing full well that they're putting themselves in an unsafe environment, like personally, brandishing a weapon, and absolutely getting into a situation where like they are going to have conflict. Was he seen on his social media before the shooting saying he was going to go there to shoot people? What? No, dude, what is this? The fucking, he didn't say the N-word defense of racism version, but for Kyle Rittenhouse? Like, is that the only time? I'm sorry, Your Honor. Did Jeffrey Dahmer ever say he was going to murder someone? Like, get the fuck out of here, dude. What do you mean? Oops, sorry. He never said it. Dismissed, dude. Thank God we got some good lawyers in the chat. Epstein is innocent, dude. Yeah. Wait, what did Hell Dude say? The Hell Dude back with another correct legal analysis. I previously said he was going to walk, but I admit now this was wrong. The jury is also going to award him $5 million in damages. Oh, it's so sad, but it's true. If you're the DA, you may as well bring up his invocation of his right to remain silent after his arrest. Why not? Have fun with it now. Explore the space.
Strongly admonish him, and the next time it happens, I'll be asking for a mistrial with prejudice. He's an expert to provoke a mistrial on this matter. He knows he can't go into this, and he's asking the questions. I ask the court to strongly admonish him, and the next time it happens...
Just trying to keep a good faith interpretation here. I think that chatter was genuinely asking for context. I mean, dude... This is a very common trope and a meme and a fantasy that conservatives have. If you have ever looked at like conservative memes, conservative Reddits, if you know conservatives at all, you know that they actively fantasize about bringing a gun to a natural disaster or a protest with the fantasy that like someone will come up to them so they can use it in what is known as a legal kill. Okay? That's precisely what he was doing. And that is what he did. He did that. And he got away with it. He's going to get away with it, rather. Are there instances where self-defense is valid? Of course. And I've talked about this endlessly in the beginning. Like, not at the beginning of this trial, but last year when this happened. Of course, if you are defending your own property and someone is trying to come in to your property, you, of course, have the right to be able to shoot someone. Okay? But that, in my opinion, that is not a broader interpretation where you can invoke self-defense or knowing full well that you're going to invoke a self-defense argument, go to a different fucking state with a gun that you're not supposed to have, brandish it, and then fucking start blasting motherfuckers. And when people are like, holy shit, this is a shooter, and try to stop you, kill one more person and maim another in the process. Chris Kyle straight up publishes Katrina fanfic. Exactly. The video not being allowed to be shown is literally Kyle the day before saying he would shoot protesters if he had his gun. Does anyone have that video? Has anyone seen that video? I would like to see that video. I didn't even know that there was a video like that. Well, according to the court system, you wrong, bro. Yeah, no shit. That doesn't matter, though. We're not talking about, like, guys, I talk about how the American criminal justice system is absolutely fucked and incredibly racist, damn near on a daily basis. So if I'm doing that, like, why the fuck would you think that that opinion would magically change and all of a sudden it's infallible for like a brief moment? You know what I mean? Yeah, it's like the criminal justice system said OJ didn't do it. Okay. You scroll to the bottom of this Washington Post article. Oh my fucking god! I don't have a WAPO. Oh, I don't have. Hold on. Yeah, we will finish the Gary Vee video in a bit. Okay. Add a dot to the end of the URL. I don't think that's going to work. I feel like the websites know that trick now. Yeah, see, it doesn't work anymore. Let's try this again. Oh, come on, Wapo. Oh, there it is. So the end of this article. While generally respected, Schroeder is not universally loved and has been accused of overstepping his authority. He once ordered a woman convicted of shoplifting as a part of her sentence to inform an employee of any retail store she entered that she was under supervision for theft. The Wisconsin Court of Appeals later avoided that element of her sentence. In another case from the 80s, Schroeder ordered a babysitter accused of molesting a child to submit to an AIDS test. He began requiring sex workers that appeared before him to do the same. There was no statutory authority for him to do that, John Anthony Ward, who represented the babysitter and has appeared before Schroeder an estimated 500 times, but he's been cutting edge with many of my cases. But Ward added that Schroeder believes in giving people a second chance if you admit your wrongdoing. A 31-year-old man who had a case in front of Schroeder as a juvenile said the judge let him off easy. He said, "I'll let you go this time, but if I ever see you again, I'll put you away for life." Oh yeah, that guy, XV1, thank you for the... What the fuck? Thank you for the gifted subs. Hold on. 5 gifted subs. When he faced another charge, this time as an adult, his case was assigned to Schroeder. Mindful of the judge's warning, he successfully appealed for a different assignment. He's a stickler, but he does what a judge is supposed to do. He'll laugh with you and smile with you, and then he'll book you. What the fuck? Though Schroeder is generally perceived to be more friendly to the defense than to the state, he appeared to protect prosecutor Thomas Binger from what could have been a tactical error in the Rittenhouse case. During pretrial motions, Schroeder ruled that the defense could not introduce Rosenbaum's history of mental illness, including the fact that he was released from a psychiatric hospital just before showing up to the demonstrations in Kenosha. Allowing the evidence would have strengthened the defense arguments that Rittenhouse was acting in self-defense when he fatally shot Rosenbaum. Yeah, okay, he didn't do that, but then he did 11 other things that literally helped the defense. Who the fuck wrote this article? In his opening statement, Binger had mentioned that Rosenbaum had been in the hospital, though he did not say what it was for mental illness, which could have opened the door for the defense to introduce his health struggles. In Kenosha, Schroeder has won support from conservative AM radio hosts and callers who have praised his decisions, his manner, and his willingness to go after critics in the media. But the judge's rulings have alarmed a small group of racial justice advocates who have gathered outside the courthouse during the trial. Primarily, they cite Schroeder's ban on the word victims as the cause of their concern. Among some Kenosha residents as well, there is concern that Rittenhouse will be acquitted and a suspicion that the judge's rulings will play a role. Yeah. Kyle Rittenhouse dreamed about shooting people days before the Kenosha video. Wait, is this the actual fucking... Oh.
It looks like one of them has a weapon. She hung up. Bro, I wish I had my AR. I'd start shooting rounds at them.
That's interesting. I wonder on what grounds they did not use that. Yeah, that was not relevant, huh? Yeah, that seems to be irrelevant in a case where he did actually bring his AR the next day and did shoot at people. So that's kind of... Binger filed a motion to use the clip of the trial of the teen who insisted he was acting in self-defense when he fatally shot Anthony Huber and Joseph Rosenbaum and injured Gage Grosskreutz during Black Lives Matter protests last August. The defendant's state of mind is a critical issue in this case, the motion stressed, saying the video from only 15 days earlier provides crucial insight. Quite simply, the defendant saw something, jumped to a conclusion based on exactly 0 facts, and then threatened to kill someone based on his baseless assumption and wrongful interpretation. The defendant's understanding of the proper use of his AR of this deadly force is crucial to this case, and this video demonstrates that the defendant was eager to use deadly force in an unlawful situation. The video also demonstrates that the defendant fervently sought to insert himself as an armed vigilante into situations that had nothing to do with him. And it also shows that he was, and this is true, that he was ready and willing to use deadly force in a situation where it was completely unjustified. Rittenhouse's lawyers have yet to respond to the new motion, court records show. Second motion also seeks the names of anyone who has donated to Rittenhouse legal defense or $2 million bail, and even those who brought free Kyle merchandise through his family's website to ensure they cannot end up on the jury pool. Ideology did restock. Yes, you can get your hoodies now. You will get them a little bit later than the people that were able to get them yesterday, though. Can Kyle sue Facebook for censoring stuff about him if he wins? Wait, what? Rittenhouse's murder case is now thrown into a jeopardy by mistrial bid. You made it sound like that's Kyle's merch. Free Kyle? Oh, my merchandise is separate from Kyle. Kyle Rittenhouse's merchandise is restocked as of now. You guys wanted it. We worked with the merchandisers to make sure that you could get them. So you can get them now. It's not going to be available immediately. I mean, they are available. You're just going to get them in January instead of instead of December. Anyway. Hyundai made an electric 19. Oh my fucking God. Are you serious? Okay, this is unrelated to the Kyle Rittenhouse case, but fuck, this is so sick. Hyundai electrifies his 1986 Grandeur in a retro futuristic restoration. Dude, I want this. Like, I love retro cars that are electric, dude. I think it's so sick. This is ugly. Are you kidding me, dude? This is like straight out of fucking. Look, I know Hyundai is not Japanese, so don't get fucking mad at me. But this straight up looks like a Yakuza car. Okay, like it literally looks like. Oh my God! Imagine fucking driving down the street with this. Oh my fucking God! Elegance, class. If I have this fucking car, I'm John Wick. Nobody can tell me I'm not. Yeah, literally. That's the no bitches car? Yeah, right. Just like the fucking merchandise is the no bitches merchandise, right? Hyundai isn't Japanese. No way, dude. Dude driving that's an IRS agent that gets in the bar fights after work. Yeah, this is like X-Files, dude. Does the inside use an iPad for controls? I hope not. Just buy an old car then. Why buy fake classic? Because it's not electric. I love the idea that you could get a fucking electric vehicle. I love the idea that you could fucking purchase an electric vehicle that is still like an old classic. It's sick. Oh, wow. They have a bunch. Futuristic and retro. Hyundai transforms first generation 1975 Pony with electric powertrain. Oh, that's fucking sweet, dude. Anything after a Prius would be a fucking upgrade? Yeah, literally. Okay. We're done with this. Yeah, Kyle Rittenhouse is a baby. Squirrel asks a very simple question that gets to the heart of the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. If he were a black radical leftist who shot and killed 2 white right-wingers, would he be acquitted under any circumstances? Anyone who answers yes to that question is knowingly lying. We literally have this, by the way. This is not a hypothetical. And it doesn't even have to be a black person. It can be a white anti-fascist who shot and killed a Proud Boy. Okay? A white supremacist Proud Boy who was fucking literally threatening other people with bear spray and like spraying people. He shot and killed a Proud Boy in Portland. Donald Trump literally had him assassinated. Okay? Donald Trump had him assassinated by the marshals and then flexed that he had him assassinated. Not allegedly, motherfucker. He literally said it. He's like, we're going to deal with him. We're sending the marshals, deal with him. And then they did. They dealt with him. They murdered him. And they lied about how he had a gun at the time when he was murdered. And it came out immediately that that was a lie. Like, do you not remember any of this shit? Michael Rennell, Portland. Motherfucker did a Vice interview. And then 2 days later, marshals fucking jumped him, basically. They came up and just unloaded into him. Proof? Even thinking about this would get the trial stage defies belief. He'd have been taken down by cops in record time, unlike Kyle. The person who shot and killed the right-winger doesn't have to be black. Oh, never mind. They already posted it. Look, yeah. Hey guys, remember when Donald Trump openly fucking admitted to this and flexed?
2.5 days went by, and I put out, when are you going to go get him? And the U.S. Marshals went in to get him. And in a short period of time, they ended in a gunfight. This guy was a violent criminal. A lot of them out there. And the U.S. Marshals killed him. And I will tell you something, that's the way it has to be. There has to be retribution when you have crime.
Yeah, he did that. He talked about it in rallies. People literally were just like hyped up about Trump killing this dude. Really amazing that the Michael Rennell case got barely any coverage, including by so-called civil libertarians who were crying crocodile tears about Kyle Rittenhouse. Literally the state, on orders of the president, hunting down someone, murdering them, and then covering it up. But it is also not at all surprising because the professional media and political class doesn't actually adhere to any principles. They merely feign caring about them as a part of their professional branding. And depraved political project. More in this thread. I'm just looking at like what white privilege doesn't quite capture the symbiotic relationship between state forces and far right militias. Its right-wing white privilege allows a 17-year-old to murder leftists, pass by cops, and drive back to his home state, or aim to assault rifles at feds on live camera. I want to highlight that this clip from that thread on COINTELPRO, a decades-long FBI program that included the extrajudicial execution of leftists, like the 21-year-old chairman of the Illinois chapter of the Black Panther Party, Fred Hampton. I've talked about Fred Hampton a bunch. Here's another recent case of radical leftists being prosecuted and imprisoned for years for posting online about the need for self-defense. And you're crying about Kyle Rittenhouse and turning that into the major threat for civil liberties? It's a joke. Oh, yeah. There was a Florida anarchist that literally is going to jail, like, already, for posting about the need for self-defense. Daniel Baker made a call for armed defense against possible far-right attacks, and he literally fucking got a harsher sentence than the January 6th insurrectionists, and he got a harsher sentence than Kyle Rittenhouse. squirrel tweet thread without mentioning Chomsky. Impossible difficulty. Yep. The LDR, this land was stolen. The thieves won't let anyone else have a part of it. Yeah. Yeah, there's a reason why you don't hear about this shit, though, in the fucking mainstream media, because they don't give a fuck. There is no real, like, principled fucking stance here at all. This young boy was vaccinated 2 hours before this video was filmed. Yeah, look at him. Look at him. He just became feminine because of the vaccine. Anyway. Should we watch?
I was cornered from.
Wait, hold on. Should we watch Louder with Crowder? I feel like he's gonna make me lose my mind. He's gonna melt my brain with his fucking incredible takes. Kyle Rittenhouse's emotional courtroom breakdown. Really? Soviet flag? Don't worry, brother. I've put up American flags in the past too, okay?
I was cornered from in front of me with
All right, I gotta pee. I'll
Mr.
be back.
Zeminski, and there were.
Hold der.
There were 3 people right there.
See, that's real.
Take a deep breath, pal.
That's what I. That's what I run.
You'll remember where you were when you saw this.
Time for our break anyway. You can just relax for a minute, sir. We're going to take a break about 10 minutes.
All right.
And please don't talk about the case during the break.
All of you, just right now. First off, that just changed the case. Yeah. You will remember where you were when you watched it, and I'm glad that I was there to share that with you. Gage didn't. None of the other witnesses brought forward did. Look, the kid's not a professional actor, and I don't think that's an Academy Award performance if he is. That's a kid who was overcome with emotion. And again, you're talking about a kid who was there to put out fires, to provide medical assistance, who was there because he saw a town on fire.
And genuinely feels bad that he hurt somebody who was trying to kill him.
Yeah. Yeah. You know who doesn't feel that way?
The ear gauge guy who didn't care at all, who sat there with dead eyes like it was no problem.
Well, not only that, but you know who doesn't feel that way? The person who runs up and points a gun at somebody who was not violent toward them. The person who puts on a mask and runs out behind a car screaming, "F you and I'll kill you," when they weren't aggressive towards them and corners them.
Or attacks people smaller and weaker that are turned around.
Right. God, my heart breaks for that kid. Yeah. But you know what? That's real. Maybe that's...
I thought the only person that could stop a bad guy with a gun was with a good guy with a gun, but it was literally, in this instance, a good guy with a skateboard. And this dude fucking murked him, right? And even then, this dude fucking murked him. And even then, it's like, you know, that's still also a bad guy. It's crazy. Stop flexing the hoodie. It doesn't matter. Well, one, I'm cold. And two, you can fucking buy it now. So stop crying. I literally restocked it for you. Cops literally almost killed an 80-year-old dude in Buffalo. Yeah.
That's why they put him on the stand. Yeah. Because they knew, you know what, this trial needs a little bit of authenticity. All of a sudden, when the veil of pomp and circumstance is lifted, and you just see this is a kid.
A kid.
Who
just a
had
child.
to make some tough decisions.
Just a child with tough decisions.
Who ultimately is going to have to live with this for the rest of his life. And that's why when people say, that's why, think of how evil it is for a second. Think of this for a second. That kid is there crying. Right? And all of you right now, we all feel, hopefully, unless you're a sociopath like Rosenbaum or like a Gage. Sorry, I get it, hearsay. But unless you're a sociopath, your heart goes out to that kid. Even the media is trying to acknowledge that he's not a stone-cold killer, right? But think about this for a second. The kid was banned from GoFundMe. Posts praising Kyle Rittenhouse were removed from Facebook, from Twitter, under their guidelines of supporting mass shooting. They were caught videotaping the jurors this week. They're trying to dox the jurors. Here, do we have that clip of them? Here you go. Here's the judge talking about they were caught trying to pressure the jurors, to try and slant the jury. And you wonder why people on the right say that the left hates the United States of America. What? They hate due process. They hate the right to self-defense. They hate the right to free speech. And in this case, with one simple act of trying to videotape the jurors and make it public, they're infringing on all of those. The First Amendment, the Second Amendment, not to mention due process and a fair trial. Here is the judge talking about it yesterday.
This morning at the pickup, there was someone there and was video recording the jury, which the officers approached the person and required her, I didn't even ask.
Whoa. I think this is kind of petty. Like, conservatives are the pettiest motherfuckers on the planet, dude. They're petty white. They're Tom Petty. It's like, even when they clearly are winning, because the fucking system is designed in a way that, like, literally allows them to win. When the foundations of the system itself are slanted heavily in their favor and their worldview. Like, even then, they find a thing to cry about. It's wild. It is actually kind of creative when you think about it. It's like a liberal who gets mad at you when you're not, like, advocating for Joe Biden hard enough. You know what I mean? You have to, like, suck it up, tell people to vote for Joe Biden, but then also, like, make it seem like you enjoy doing it. You know what I mean? Like, bro, what more do you fucking want, dog? What more do you want? You got everything. Like, what do you want? The judge basically did damn near everything other than say, like, this kid's innocent. Fuck you guys for even, wasting my time here. And they're still finding shit to fucking cry about, dude. 17-year-old's a kid, by the way. And he is a kid. Like, let's be real. Kyle Rittenhouse, this is a very sad state of affairs considering that he is 17. He is a fucking kid. He's a murderer, but he's a kid. But that very same empathetic language is never extended to victims of police violence when they are black by conservatives. We know motherfuckers will literally, even in like the impartial or rather liberal mainstream media, when people talk about like 12-year-old victims, 13-year-old victims, 14-year-old victims, a 13-year-old man, 14-year-old man, 14-year-old black man. I've heard Sean Hannity literally say that. We have the absolute worst fucking legal system. How was it murder when you said it would have been self-defense if roles were reversed? Wait, what? I didn't say it was self-defense if roles were reversed. Also, my point isn't that, like, this is not self-defense. My point is that he actively placed himself in a situation and brandished a weapon as an agitator with a gun, specifically so he could get a self-defense trial going. It's the same mentality as motherfuckers who rage out in states where there's a castle doctrine that extends beyond just your house with self-defense laws, like the George Zimmerman case, for example, where someone who is acting as a vigilante acts out on those desires of killing someone in a caught in a crime or whatever the fuck, and gets away with that murder. It's a legal kill that you can get. Conservatives fantasize about this regularly. Tamir Rice literally brandished a weapon while an officer was pulling up. That's bullshit. Tamir Rice had a toy gun and was 12 fucking years old. How the fuck? And got shot from inside of the cop car. How are you gonna fucking act like that was a normal situation, dude? Tamir Rice was a 12-year-old child who had a toy gun. That's insane. Insanity, dude. I'm banning that person. It's like they literally rolled up to the fucking playground and shot him from the car. Some of you don't know any conservative people or are conservative if you're defending this, and it shows. Like, it's just obvious. Like, if you've never seen a conservative fantasize about murdering, like, rioters and looters, whether it be a natural disaster or a protest, you just don't know any fucking conservatives. It is the most common conservative trope, so much right there, right along with driving through a crowd of protesters. So much so that nearly every single conservative media outlet had to delete their compilations that they made of people driving through a fucking crowd of protesters. They had to delete them after Charlottesville. Prosecutor right now exposing that Rittenhouse's cover story doesn't add up. Second to last clip on the thread. The prosecutor is drawing blood on Rittenhouse. His cover story about why he was wandering around with an AR-15 doesn't add up.
Fair to say that after the police pushed everybody south of 60th, you never saw any people threatening that property, correct?
I didn't see anybody.
That's such an idiotic thing that the prosecutor has to go along with too. Like this notion that that's a reasonable instance where you can be running around with a fucking AR-15 and brandish it. You know what I mean? Like, oh yeah, I was defending someone else's property. Like only in America can you say that. In every other fucking country, okay? In every other country, if you're like, sorry, officer, I had a fucking literal, like, AR-15, like a fucking long barrel rifle, okay, with a magazine that holds, fucking 30 rounds, and I was walking around with it because I wanted to defend someone else's fucking property. Be like, get the fuck out of here. You're going to jail, bitch. The fuck do you mean? But in America, we're like, we have to act like that's normal. And that's so psychotic to me. Like, I'm here to tell you, we don't have to act like that's normal, okay? It's wild that, like, we have to play make-believe amongst ourselves to make it seem like someone could just be like, I'm a 17-year-old, I have an AR-15, I'm not supposed to have it, but that AR-15 that is, like, capable of fucking murking multiple people, okay, with ease, that gun I'm not even supposed to have, I can go over fucking boundaries, state lines, and protect someone else's property, and we have to go along with that. Like, that's a reasonable fucking thing to say. It's nuts.
And your goal that night, you took it upon yourself to protect the 59th Street property, correct?
The owners asked.
Sure. But you were going to station yourself at that property to try and protect it from damage. Fair?
Wait, the owners asked? Isn't that a lie? Didn't the owners literally say that they did not ask? Am I wrong? They fucking didn't, right? That's a lie, isn't it? They literally said that they didn't they?
The car source locations, yes.
And once the police had pushed everybody south of that, there was no more danger.
At that car source location, yes.
Okay. So Why not go home at that point?
Dude, I usually agree with you, but everything you just said is wrong. Everything I said is wrong. You think it's a normal country where, like, you can just fucking grab a weapon and, like, go to a different person's, like, property that they themselves aren't even there and defending, and just be like, I'm defending this property. And you could just, like, straight up do that? That's, like, a normal thing that you think you can do? Do you really think that, like, we're not even talking about, like, is this self-defense? Is this not self-defense? Like, does Kyle Rittenhouse deserve to go to jail? I'm not even saying that. But the underlying premise that we have to abide by, that we have to be, we have to behave as though it's like normal, is the notion that a 17-year-old can get a fucking, an AR-15, drive across state borders, doesn't matter if it's 20 minutes away, and literally sit on someone else's property and be like, I'm defending it with my gun, and brandish it. You know what I mean? I'm just like, this is the fucking, this is normal. Like, that's insane to me, okay? It's fucking insane.
Because the police were still pushing people back, and then they were backing up, and I was still helping people provide medical first aid.
Okay, so the police had established the line at 60th with their Bearcats at that point, right?
Yes.
And there was no indication that they were going to reverse and back.
By the way, this guy's at BRB grabbing a big machete and defending my neighborhood's Applebee's as a joke. Except someone did that and almost fucking died. There was like a neurodivergent dude who grabbed the katana and tried to fucking defend his neighborhood's bar and literally got his shit pushed in. Do you guys not remember? He almost fucking died. He was like flailing around on the ground. People beat the shit out of him. Don't do stuff like that. Especially when, like... That's because you're a soy cucklord? Yeah. Me, on the other hand, I'm fucking alpha, baby. I'm alpha, big dick swinging below the knees, motherfucker. That's why I defend Applebee's, because they got $5 jalapeno poppers. And let me tell you something, brother. That's America.
Back up and move back north again.
The funniest part about the fucking medic thing is that, like, what is this, dude? You think it cancels out? Like, what is this, a fucking, is this a game? Is this like a Nintendo Switch baby game or something? Like, well, I was there to save some people's lives, even though I have no medical qualification to do so. But I did bring in, I did bring a medic bag. So, if I save one person's life with a medic bag, even though I didn't, that cancels out the kills. Like, everybody knows that. I leveled up with the kills. This is an exploit. For those of you who don't know, this is an exploit. You kill someone, and then you save someone else's life, and that way the kill is, the kill, you get the experience from the kill, but you don't actually fucking end up seeing the legal consequences. He's power gaming, which is why he should be arrested regardless, but, he's glitch hacking, he's power gaming, he's basically duping XP by getting XP from the revive and also XP from the kill. I would ban him. That's a VAC ban, I think. Yeah, that's why you have to be afraid of doctors. They have literally just the endless amount of confirmed kills.
Correct?
No, they did it earlier in the night where they did the same thing.
Right, but this is at 11:30, 11:40 at night, and they've established that, the police have established that line, and as far as you can tell, it's going to stay there.
Dude, this is such a hyperbole of a take. Come on. Bro, they're literally trying to establish that he wasn't there with an AR-15 to fucking, like, get a legal kill when he clearly was, and he actually ended up doing that by claiming, the defense, claiming that, like, well, he had a medic bag with him, so he was trying to resuscitate people too, maybe if a push came to shove, except he had no medical qualifications to do so, even though he did lie about it. I usually agree with you, but what you're preaching would outlaw speedrunning? Okay, well, there's a reason why leftists love speedrunning. Okay? It's because they're beta.
There, right?
I don't know.
And you talked about trying to provide medical help, but there's no one around that needs medical help at the 59th Street car source at that point, is there?
Not that I noticed.
So you don't have any purpose there anymore, do you?
other than.
So why not go home?
Because I was gonna help people with provide first aid and medical assistance.
Sorry, sir. In the United States of America, as a consequence of recent ALEC and NRA lobbying efforts, we have decided that AR-15s have medical healing properties. So you now are ordered by the judge to behave and suspend your belief that the AR-15 is a killing machine and instead is actually a healing machine, as is the law. Okay, we decided that you are now a mercy main. Okay, you have a fucking mercy gun. So when you shoot your AR-15, it doesn't actually shoot bullets. It shoots fucking patches. Okay, it shoots bandages. So, you know, that's what I was gonna do. That's what I was there to do, and that's what I was gonna do. That's Anna. Oh, fucking not. That's Antidote. Whatever. I don't play video games. Video games fucking cause violence, as is the case that the prosecutor really greatly made when talking about Kyle Rittenhouse. What a fucking incredible opening statement by the prosecutor, by the way. Like, just immediately disproven narratives. Holy fuck. That, like, video games cause violence. What is this, 1998, dude? What the fuck's going on? Union Dude from Canada posted Ryan Grimm. I meant it when I say we'd have a better criminal justice system if every judge was as hostile to the prosecution as Rittenhouse's judge to his prosecutor. Of course, we don't have that system. Meanwhile, the media did a real disservice to people who are going to be shocked at an acquittal and assume he was acquitted because of a biased judge, when really it's the videos that show him acting in those moments in self-defense under the law as it is. Yeah. I mean, both of these things are true. Imagine if we had a fucking contentious, an aggressive judge in every instance where, like, a black person was on trial and the prosecution was trying to fucking hit them with the goddamn kitchen sink. That would be incredible. Ryan Grimm is friend of the show. No, it would be awesome. So he's correct on that. He's also correct on the fact that, like, when you look at the situation, the reason for why he's there is to get a legal kill. But he successfully got that legal kill because he can adequately claim that he was engaging in self-defense. My anger on the situation revolves around his premeditation, okay? His prior point of view. The fact that, like, he knows if he stays there, and he knows that if he brings a gun to a protest, like he fantasized about 15 days prior, that he will be able to shoot at motherfuckers and get away with it. Just like you know that at the top of the hour, there's a 60-second ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, you can premeditate the ad break and avoid said ad breaks by subscribing. That's right. Now you can subscribe for $5, or you can subscribe for free. How can you subscribe for free? Well, with the Twitch Prime, of course. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get one free Prime subscription a month. Okay, you can use that here, so you no longer have to see the ad breaks. And the reason why I state that is also because I restocked the merch on ideology.shop. So you'll be able to save your $5 to get a fucking hoodie that is $69 if you would like, because of the overwhelming demand and how quickly it sold out. Or you can just say AB. I don't know what that is. Pepela AB. What is that? Another method to avoid ads? I don't know how that works. I don't have anything like that at all. Here's the 1 minute ad break now. Could you stand up and show off that hoodie, please? No. But I can show it off like this from here. Hasan is looking into restocking the hoodies. That's not true. I already restocked them. They are available on the website. And as far as I understand, none of them have sold out yet, I think. Tim Pool responded to me. We're going to take a look at that in a second. Let me just look at to see if there's anything has been sold out at all. Let's see. Charcoal hoodies are back. You can get small, mediums, larges. Due to high demand, the item is pre-order, and also sizes medium to XXL to triple XL will start shipping week of 12/26, not 12/13 like the previous round. And the sizes small will be shipping out the week of the 1st, like the week of 1/30. So you'll get it by February if you get a small. What the fuck? What is happening? Why is small later? They just don't have it. They don't have it. Like, they just have to make them. And they don't have any, like, readily available either. What were you welding? Just 2 pieces of metal. Which color hoodie is your favorite? I like the orange the most. But I like all of them. This is the back of it for those of you who haven't seen it. If you were like, how do I get a hoodie that literally has the Twin Towers and all the community memes on it? Well, Joker Boss Dane has you covered. Your welding gives me real Ben Shapiro going to Home Depot for a piece of wood vibes. Well, the difference between me and Ben Shapiro is that, like, one, that welder gets used regularly. You said you didn't like the gray before. I don't like it as much. $70, fuck that. Yep. Unfortunately, boys, that's how it works when you get fucking good quality, union made, domestically manufactured products. It is the reality. Kyle Rittenhouse celebrating pre-trial, wearing a free as fuck. Yep, he was so scared. Oh wait, here he is celebrating wearing his special shirt. Throwing up the fucking white power sign too. Oh, that's interesting. You agree with Ryan that Rittenhouse acted in self-defense? In a court of law, Kyle Rittenhouse behaved in a way where you can absolutely fucking make a self-defense case. I do not care about his self-defense. I care about the fact that he's using an exploit, okay? That's what I'm angry about. The fact that he is able to use an exploit. It is no different than someone who goes out and murders someone knowing full well that they can utilize the stand your ground laws. It's the same exact bullshit. It's a conservative MO. He put himself in a situation where he was brandishing a fucking assault rifle that he illegally brought over state lines, that he did not have that he wasn't allowed to have, so that he could get into a situation where he could get a fucking legal kill. He did do that. He did that. One of the mods, can you guys change this one? Instead of restocking the hoodies, just say that the hoodies have been restocked. The judges argued about a Zoom feature. Yeah, who cares? How much money has been raised for union strikes? And also, do sweaters go to that too? No, they do not. Sweaters are not for the strike funds. I don't know what the latest tally is. I can get that though. By the way, your hoodies are totally worth it. Easy Gap hoodies were $90 and they were basic as fuck. No branding, nothing. Yeah. I think that the real reason why I believe that there should be at least some punishment here for Kyle Rittenhouse is because I worry that considering how fucking popular this attitude is among conservatives, being the hero for a moment, playing the hero for a moment, I worry that I don't like the design. Sorry. Okay. Fuck yourself. And also, who gives a fuck? The hoodies literally sold out like in 30 seconds last time. So we had to restock them. Like the overwhelming majority of this community has loved the fucking merchandise that I put out. And I love that. I worked really fucking hard on it to make sure that like it was shit that you guys would want. And I believe you guys wanted it, which is why I had to then turn around and do my very best to make sure that we had even more for the people who were crying in my DMs and in my chat about not being able to get it. And also, you're going to be yet another one of those people that says like, oh, dude, I don't actually like this. And then I don't actually like this. And then you're going to be like one of those people who's like, wow, are they going to be restocked soon? Are you ever planning on re-releasing them? Are you ever planning on re-releasing your hoodies or your fucking t-shirts? I really didn't get it last time around, but it's so bad. Why so insecure about one negative comment, Lamau? Because I hear it so much. And that's precisely what the fuck happened last time around with the chicken tendy merch. Hella people were like, chicken tendy merch? That's virgin shit. That's virgin shit. And then you guys like literally said that's virgin shit. And then the same people that said that turned around and a couple months later were like, can we please get this? This is the orange one, yeah.
To delete the video.
Okay, I can't watch Steven Crowder any further. Man shot by Kyle Rittenhouse admits he pulled his gun on Kyle first. How the infrastructure bill will benefit state projects on roads. Skipping that. Judge denies Trump request to block release. Skipping that. That's not interesting. Aaron Rodgers. Oh, there it is, dude. Let's go. Let's get the fucking bench people on Joe Rogan. California's attempt to close the gap in math education. This is like the new thing, the new meta. The new meta is like, I don't care about the fucking Lincoln Project. Fuck Lincoln Project. Oh, wait, what did Tim Pool say? I said, we don't even have to engage in this hypothetical because Trump openly assassinated a white anti-fascist who shot a white nationalist patriot prayer dude in Portland. In chat, several people unloaded hundreds of rounds into an SUV, killing a teenager, then went and scrubbed the vehicle for evidence. No one has been brought to justice. These games are stupid because every circumstance is different. Wait. Is that even real? I did not know that. Also, they absolutely should be fucking punished. Are you kidding me? The Chaz people, I'm in... Wait. 2 teenagers shot in the Seattle Chop Autonomous Zone. 1, I don't know if that's real. 2, how is that even relevant? You're literally talking about, like, dudes who are able to cover up their fucking crimes. No, the Chaz thing did happen. I don't know if they actually scrubbed it. It's such a weird whataboutism, dude. How are you going to compare criminal justice system I'm from Seattle. The Chaz thing is blown out of proportion. I mean, it's not. Like, Chaz literally happened at the heels of, like, a international protest against police brutality because cops fucking kill black people without any sort of fucking accountability. And then they literally ended up killing black teenagers inside of the Chaz. You can say that they were coming in to steal shit, or you can say that they had successfully stolen shit or harmed other people, but ultimately they literally killed someone. So all you did in that situation was take one untrained fucking group of individuals and shift the responsibility over to another untrained group of individuals that still ended up murdering fucking black teenagers. So no, I'm talking about the murders, bro. I agree with Chaz. Just got the Bernie t-shirt and People Black hoodie. Can't wait to stay a virgin wearing your merch. Everybody down. What happened at the shooting that killed a teenager and led the chops shut down? How are you going to compare what I said about the criminal justice system to the random anarchist getting away with a crime? Was it the cops who scrubbed the evidence? If not, Kyle Rittenhouse is one of his attackers on stand saying he was only shot after pointing a gun at Kyle. All of these circumstances are unique. Wait, he does a whataboutism and then he turns around and says, but you can never do like comparisons because every situation is unique. I'm also from Seattle. The issue with people's perception of Chaz that conservatives painted as something psychotic that it ultimately wasn't. Yeah, it was like a fucking day fest, okay? I know because Andrew went there and I talked to him about it. And it was literally like, are you willing to suck my cock for $100? I mean, your mom sucks mine for free, so no, I don't think I would do that since you're my stepson now. Anyway, have fun with that ban. Exactly, bro. I went to Chaz and got free White Claws and white dudes kept handing me money because I'm black. Lol. Wait, really? That's fucking awesome. Yeah, I'm the fucking father that stepped up, dude. That's why I banned his ass, because he needs to get back to his schoolwork. Will there be any more hoodies left on Friday for the wages? I hope so. It seems like it. With the amount that like they ordered to manufacture, it seems like there will be. Chipotle? What the fuck is this? When you get food poisoning from the Chipotle bowl, we're concerned to hear this. Would you please share more here? Oh my God. Anyway. Yeah, so I responded to Tim and said, how are you going to compare what I said about the criminal justice system to random anarchists getting away with a crime? Was it the cops who scrubbed the evidence? Because if not, your statement is completely irrelevant here. Who's going to have a bigger Twitch stream, HasanAbi or Kyle Rittenhouse? Bro, Kyle Rittenhouse would get banned from this platform in like literally 3.5 seconds. Are you kidding me? Those motherfuckers can't hold it in. They will never abide by the terms of service. You understand that? Yeah, it's a broadcaster spam. Go fucking ratio this fool. What are we doing here? We can't even ratio Tim Pool anymore? What the fuck is going on, dude? I fell off. I literally fell off. Plus, I'm white. Plus, not able to do a ratio. I'm not going to watch the major investigation with Atomwaffen in Australia, for the record. I don't care. Young boy better. Plus young boy better. Plus young boy free. Not a Hasan fan anymore? Yeah, literally, dude. Back in the day, Hostwit used to be active. They would make fucking fan cams and shit. Now we're at a fucking situation. Here, I'll also blast off that I'm like watching the Ben Shabibo on... Ben Shabibo on Joseph Rogan. Like the tweeter banned? Don't say that, Fizz. We're not banning people. All right. Is the ratio complete? Okay, good. Well, okay, ratio complete. I can fucking fall asleep now. L plus ratio L plus you fell off. Tim Pool owns you plus you're white plus free young boy plus young boy did your stream better plus high chat. Their school started. They're busy now. Weeby, so far today you've spammed 3 links in chat, pushed your merch 11 times and done 0 gaming. You fell off. Weeby, I've played more fucking video games in this past week than I have in the past year. Shut the fuck up. I literally have done more gaming, both off stream and on stream, than I have in so long. And you are literally turning into one of those fucking politics frogs who never has enough. Like, you have grown fat. Okay? You are growing fat. And yet you still want more.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Did you see that story in California, by the way, about how they're going to try and reteach math? Did you see this one from the New York Times?
What?
Yeah, it's solid.
Reteach math?
Thank you, XSXMness, for the 5 get the subs.
So they're going to figure out how to teach math differently. They said that they don't want to have... They're getting rid of some of the objective standards with regard...
The pool man replied, wait, what? Did he reply the tweet that I ratioed him on? Deleted last week because people pointed out the defense just didn't understand how to describe image interpolation. Wait, what? No shot. No shot. Wait, what? Oh, that's a bummer, dude. No, he didn't. He didn't delete it. No. That's a different tweet. Unrelated. The ratio still stands. That was for something different. Okay.
To math, because math...
I gotta pee, I'll be back.
They want to get rid of the idea that there are naturally gifted children. They said they're not allowed to say that they're naturally gifted children anymore.
Isn't that the case with New York as well? Didn't they get rid of
they're trying to get rid of the magnet schools over there, too.
But gifted programs, right?
Yes, the gifted programs, because there's too many Asian kids. America's white supremacist, so all the Asians are succeeding.
I love that narrative. So, no, what are they trying to do with math?
So it was this article in the New York Times, and I'm trying to remember all the details. They said you're not allowed to talk about naturally gifted kids. You're not supposed to reward right answers or punish wrong answers. So there's like a big kind of parents' revolt going on in California over this, because the idea was that there was too much racial disparity in math performance in California, and so changed the standards. Which, by the way, I can't think of anything more racist than that.
No,
that is so super racist. It's like not enough black kids are scoring well on the test. That means that black kids, I guess, are too dumb to do well on these tests. Get rid of the tests. Or alternatively, there's an explanation where kids need to study more.
Well, you only find out if someone knows things if you test them. It's the only way you find out. How else do you find out? You have to say, show me how to do this problem, and then the kid tries, and you go, oh, that's not how you do it.
By the way, I think this is I think the scam that is college is predicated on society trying to get around the basic truth that you just said, which is we can tell by test scores whether you know things and are good at.
Dog, you went to Harvard Law, bro. Shut up. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. Motherfucker went to UCLA undergrad and then Harvard Law. He's like, college is a scam. It's like, yeah, it's a scam if you want to make sure that your fucking audience stays dumb. It's so annoying, dude. Fucking hate these people so much. Bro, I was in the gifted program and it literally doesn't do shit other than give you an inflated ego. I don't know. I was not a gifted kid and I'm not a gifted person in general. I'm a fucking idiot. Okay? But even as stupid as I am, I still recognize that, education is overall a good thing. Okay? It's a good thing. Not a bad thing. It's a fucking good thing. So shut the fuck up about how it's a bad thing. Oh my Lord, it pisses me off whenever motherfuckers say that. Colleges are a liberal breeding ground, which is why I went to Harvard and I'm a conservative dipshit. Well, first of all, Harvard is very conservative, and neoliberalism is what you learn when you go to college. The only difference is that you're put in a diverse environment. So, of course, like, you know, you're still hyper conservative when it comes to economics, but at the very least, you're like a little bit more understanding of social justice and social issues as a consequence of living in a rather diverse environment. And also because, like, they do teach you a little bit of social justice. They, like, you know, pump it into your brain a little bit. Now, only if you're a gigantic asshole would you ever consider that to be a bad thing. I can't believe we're teaching kids empathy. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? How is that a bad thing, you fucking asshole? But even then, it's too much.
Things.
Well, I mean, obviously there's some tests that favor people that have grown up in certain environments because you have more access to certain kinds of information. But once you teach people and then you test them, there's only one way to find out whether or not they know the information. They have to be tested. Like,
So-
the idea that you're going to eliminate tests and somehow make things more equitable or more even is kind of crazy.
Actually, what you're going to do is you're going to make people more racist is what you're going to do. And the reason for that is because Thomas Sowell talks about this. He talks about different types of discrimination. And he says there's group discrimination where you base your perception of an individual on the group data that is available. And then there's like discrimination, which is you know that a person is smart and they're of a group you don't like, and so you just ignore the fact they're smart because they're from that group. So the two examples that he gives, right, is let's say that you're walking down the street at night and it's in an inner city neighborhood and there's a black guy walking down the street and he's wearing a hoodie and he's a young guy, 17 years old. Are you going to cross the street or not if the opposing example is an 80-year-old white woman? Right? And he says, well, you know, based on the group statistics, you're probably going to cross the street more often if it's the 17-year-old black kid than if it's the 80-year-old white woman. Now, let's say that 17-year-old white kid, that 17-year-old black kid, you know the kid. He's a nice kid. If you still cross the street, that's what makes you like a super giant racist.
What? Dude, what the fuck is this? Like, so much of what Ben Shapiro says, what Ben Shapiro says is so fucking stupid, dude. Like, I don't even understand. Like, he's just like, he's literally doing self-reporting on the timeline while simultaneously, yeah, racism is when you don't know every black person personally. Or sorry, racism is only when you know a black person and you still are afraid of them. What the fuck? My man just described racial bias and then said it's not racist if you have racial bias. I can't tell. Maybe I misunderstood. I got to run this back. I'm sorry.
You're going to make people more racist is what you're going to do. And the reason for that is because Thomas Sowell talks about this. He talks about different types of discrimination. And he says there's group discrimination where you base your perception of an individual on the group data that is available. And then there's like discrimination, which is you know that a person is smart and they're of a group you don't like, and so you just ignore the fact they're smart because they're from that.
Dude, both of those are still discriminatory, you fucking idiot. Looking at group data? Why is this still an argument in 2021? In the year of our holy Lord, why is it still a reasonable argument to make? It's also one that you never make about the default position, a white man. White men are responsible for an overwhelming amount of pedophilia, okay? Does that mean that, like, you suspect every white man is a pedophile? No, that would be discriminatory against white men. It's also not something that people do. It's nuts. Like, the whole point is you're literally fucking biased against black people, and you're trying to ad hoc justify that by claiming, well, the data makes it reasonable for me to be biased against black people and be afraid of black people. Like, you don't think that, like, every white man is a fucking mass shooter and a pedophile? And I know people in the chat are going to meme like, oh, I do, though. I do. Yeah, I got it, bro. Really funny. Men are trash. Men are trash. And then they fucking turn around and go, statistics are racist. Statistics are racist. It's like, no, dude. Statistics are not racist. Your interpretation and what you extrapolate from the data is racist, you dumb bitch. Yeah, if you look at it and go, well, sorry, black men are more violent inherently, or not inherently. He won't say that, obviously. And that's that's what the data shows, without even looking at the data and what it actually says. And then also on top of that, jump to the conclusion that like every black person that you see, well, you know, you have a higher likelihood of being biased against them because you are operating in the underlying assumption that they're more violent because the data says so. Then yeah, you're doing racism with extra steps, okay? You have an inherent bias against black people, and you're using a couple extra steps to try to describe why that's a justifiable bias to have. It doesn't mean that you don't have a bias. You do have one. You are admitting that you have one, but then you're simultaneously trying to justify why you have it. So don't act like the conversation is about like whether you have a bias or not. The conversation now is why you have that bias, okay? It's such a weird fucking take to just like constantly say this over and over again. And like, this is a big chunk of what the Republican argument revolves around. And the greatest example of this is looking at arrest records and extrapolating that like black people are more violent as a consequence of that, and then using that to justify over-policing black communities, which is literally a cyclical problem. We know that when there are more cops, there are more arrests. We know that cops also tend to be very biased and prosecute and go after black people at higher rates. Looking at something as simple as marijuana use, for example, white people and black people, depending on where you look at, consume weed at a similar rate. And in some instances, actually, white people smoke more weed than black people do. But when you look to the actual data, black people are arrested way, way more frequently than white people do for crimes that revolve around marijuana, and also get longer sentences, even when you control the other factors at play. It's just the reality. So if you simply look at the fucking arrest records without recognizing any sort of like historical context, without even, if you just look at arrest records, it's not even like conviction rates or anything like that. But even then, even with conviction rates, there's still, again, the fact that like if your community is being biased against and they're being heavily persecuted for something that other people do as well, all you're doing is basically trying to put together a patchwork reason for the biases that you believe in. All the discrepancies in stop and frisk laws, for example, exactly. And it exists in like nearly every fucking part of the criminal justice system. It's such a dishonest thing. It's so, like, Ben Shapiro is so dishonest that he refuses to, even mention any of this stuff.
That group. So the two examples that he gives, right, is let's say that you're walking down the street at night and it's in an inner city neighborhood and there's a black guy walking down the street and he's wearing a hoodie and he's a young guy, 17 years old. Are you going to cross the street or not if the opposing example is an 80-year-old white woman? Right? And he says, well, based on the group statistics, you're probably going to cross the street more often if it's the 17-year-old black kid than if it's the 80-year-old white woman. Now, let's say that 17-year-old white kid, that 17-year-old black kid, you know the kid. He's a nice kid. If you still cross the street, that's what makes you like a super giant racist.
Yeah, that's idiotic, dude. Yeah. Everybody knows that, the Nazis and what they did in the Holocaust was bad only because they personally knew all the Jews beforehand. Like, okay, dude, got it. Good. You can only be racist if you fucking know the person beforehand and you still act out on the biased desires. What a fucking insane, absolutely insane fucking take, dude. Yeah, discrimination and racism only exists if you know someone and you still decide that they are lesser than. Great take.
In the former case, you're just using the group data available. The problem
Comparing a dude walking down the street to a Nazi? No, I'm talking about the comparison there is not that these are similar levels of crimes. The comparison there is about the idiotic the idiotic premise that he has. Rather than looking at the consequence of one's actions, or rather looking at the person's actions instead, you try to fucking change the subject to, oh, you just know someone. No, the reason why it's racist is because you have a bias against black people, and you're trying to fucking make that bias stick by adding a faulty read on data. Okay?
Problem is that using group data available very often is wrong, right? What if the 17-year-old kid is a nice kid, right? You shouldn't be doing that either. You need specific data. Test data is specific data. So let's say now that you are an administrator at a college and you're not allowed to use test data. All you know is that on average, black kids score lower than white kids, right? So who do you let in? How do you make that decision? Wouldn't it be better for black kids for you to have the test data because you know which black kids definitely deserve to get in as opposed to which ones don't deserve to get in? So you start using stupid generalizations. The whole point is more specific data is better. More specific data fights discrimination. And yet we have this whole weird idea that if we get rid of specific data, if we get rid of test data, objective data, this is going to end discrimination. Precisely the reverse will occur. People will start using stupid stereotypes.
Okay, so I don't even know exactly what he's talking about, but I guess this is going to be the new the new conservative battleground. So I guess, crack our knuckles and learn about what this new thing that conservatives want to fucking cry about. So let's take a look. California tries to close the gap in math, but sets off a backlash. Proposed guidelines in the state would de-emphasize calculus, reject the idea that some children are naturally gifted, and build a connection to social justice. Critics say math shouldn't be political. If everything had gone according to plan, California would have approved new guidelines this month in math and education in public schools. But ever since the draft was open for public commentary in February, their recommendations have set a fierce debate over not only how to teach math, but also how to solve a problem more intractable than Fermat's last theorem, closing the racial and socioeconomic disparities in achievement that persist at every level of math education. So, I am a leftist. I believe that the disparity in education directly ties to what we talked about yesterday for a very long time. It goes back to systemic racism. It goes back to redlining. It goes back to how to distribute the property taxes in localities back to those very wealthy and historically white, predominantly white neighborhoods that end up having good education, okay, in their public schooling system versus the material inequality that's built into the system for black people as a consequence of redlining, as a consequence of not having enough intergenerational wealth, as a consequence of slavery, as a consequence of Jim Crow laws, and the like. There's a reason why, if you are living in fucking Crenshaw, your opportunities in education are way worse than if you literally live in a rich neighborhood like Beverly Hills. Okay? So the way to solve that problem is by addressing the material inequality, by reshifting our priorities to fund public education adequately in all neighborhoods, maybe even funding black and brown neighborhoods or poor neighborhoods more, so that we can create a reasonable level of equality in our public education system. Now, of course, Democrats and Republicans both do not want to address that, because that would mean taking taxes away from wealthy people and reappropriating those taxes back into neighborhoods where poor people live, neighborhoods where black people live. And God forbid we fucking do that. So instead of doing that, Democrats suggest charter schools, which further cripple the public education system, take funds that are already in this like destitute and broken down system that gets breadcrumbs, take those remaining funds away from them and give it to unaccountable private schools that are charter schools, right? And then say, oh, you get a voucher, school choice. Or fully privatize schooling, which has demonstrably been a failure in a place like Sweden, for example, which is why they immediately abandoned that when they saw their test scores fucking fail across the board. There are numerous examples when you look at OECD nations of privatization in the K through 12 education system being a gigantic problem as it pertains to the schooling that individuals are receiving. So if Ben wants to talk about data, when it comes to schooling, public education, adequately funded public education, is always going to beat out a patchwork system that we have, just like every other patchwork system that we have that has been a demonstrable failure, like healthcare. Okay? Abandoned lol, it's still going on. Yeah, I mean, not entirely abandoned, but so, having said all of that, what did the California libtards do? What is this? Lol, Hasan is some of the most deranged hate followers on earth. I'm getting far-right creeps citing fake FBI crime statistics in my mentions now, while saying that a black radical leftist who kills white right-wingers would be reelected the next president of the United States. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I do. Unfortunately, I deal with them every day. Anyway, that was besides the point. Let's get back to the main point at hand, what we were talking about. And that is California trying to solve the inequality in education. So instead of solving the inequality in education with material restitution or by addressing the material inequalities, they are going to try doing all this other dumb shit. Okay? Yes, everything was restocked. The orange was restocked. All the hoodies are restocked. You can purchase them now. California guidelines, which are not binding, could overhaul the way many school districts approach the math instruction. Draft rejected the idea of naturally gifted children, recommended against shifting certain students into accelerated courses in middle school, and try to promote high-level math courses that could serve as alternatives to calculus like data science or statistics. The draft also suggested that math should not be colorblind and that teachers could use lessons to explore social justice, for example, by looking at gender stereotypes and word problems, or applying math concepts like the topic of immigration or inequality. What the fuck? What? Fucking hate liberals so much. It's like they will literally do anything but give black people money, okay? It's just like just give black people money. Just please, just literally stop this, okay? What the fuck? What the fuck is this? What are you doing? Like, they will literally do anything, okay? Like, how? How do you do this? How? Just fucking, oh my God. Like, what is this? Like, in a math class? Like, we're going to talk about we're going to talk about gender stereotypes and apply math concepts to topics like immigration or inequality. Like, what are you solving when you do that? Ultimately, this is like inconsequential, okay? It literally doesn't matter. Getting upset at this one way or the other is idiotic and pathetic, and that's precisely what, conservatives do. I'm mad at it because this does not address anything, okay? This doesn't address any of the fucking problems, and it just makes you feel good. Why is it always about, like, feel-good solutions to material inequality? Oh God, we can't tax people. We can't reappropriate funds to people that need it, but we'll make you feel better. We'll make ourselves feel better like we're doing something. It's like one big endless sequence of fucking patting yourself on the back for, I did something. Okay? The battle over math comes at a time when education policy on issues including mass testing, teaching about racism has become entangled with bitter partisan debates. Even in heavily Democratic California, a state with 6 million public school students and outsized influence on textbook publishing nationwide, the draft guidelines encounter scathing criticism with charges that the framework would inject woke politics into a subject that's supposed to be practical and precise. Like, what the fuck? It is lawn sign liberalism. Exactly. That's a perfect term for it. In this house, black people are human beings unless they want to come into my neighborhood, in which case I will call the cops on them. Here's an example from my textbook. Tupac has 6 handguns in his baggy pants. I think he has 4 guns in his oversized hoodie. How many handguns do these thugs have together? Yeah. We're solving the issue. We did a really good job. Like some fucking racist person. It's like racist liberalism. As a person who loves math, this would have made me hate math. I mean, like, it's just so stupid. Like, who are you helping with this? It's a super minor point in the overall plan that is an aesthetic bombshell for the right. Absolutely. All right, liberals don't see the problem as a material inequality. They see a ghost in the machine of institutions which do enforce racism, but mainly through classism, which overtly affects black people and other minorities. Like, you know, if Donald Trump is locking up, 5 kids in cages, and Joe Biden ends up locking up 3 kids in cages, which president should deserve to win re-election? Like, that's your immigration baked into fucking math, dude. Come on, we're learning. We're learning algebra today, kids. People will really go to battle for math to stay the same. Like, none of these motherfuckers know about math, like math, literally don't want math to be taught if it were up to them. But when God forbid you add like you sprinkle a little bit of fucking wokeness on it, okay? All of a sudden everyone's like, whoa, what the fuck? I said teached. Maybe English should be teached. Maybe you should fucking speak 2 languages fluently and better than native speakers. And then we can have that conversation, American dummies. Okay? Sometimes I fuck up. Suck my dick. Yes, we have a stated nation that hates math and is not doing well with it. Critics of the draft said authors would punish high achievers by limiting options for gifted programs. An open letter signed by hundreds of Californians working in science and technology described the draft as an endless river of new pedagogical fads that effectively distort and displace actual math. Williamson, senior fellow, I think it's really not right. Distrust over the draft made it to Fox News. Yeah, I love using the shut the fuck up on ESL to make fun of motherfuckers that make fun of my typos. Yeah, exactly. Isn't it trying to address the difference between testing scores of poor and wealthy neighborhoods? I'm not saying this is a good attempt, but maybe in the right direction. No, it's not in the fucking right direction. If you want to solve the problem of like poor testing in test scores in black neighborhoods versus white ones, you have to solve the problem of reallocation and redistribution of funds. That's it. If you trap funds into the specific districts where people are paying higher taxes on their fucking, on their property, that then directly funds the school in that district, which then also creates a cycle where your house is more expensive year over year because now you're in a good school district rather than a bad school district. You know what I mean? It all still ties back to the fucking investment vehicle concept that people have over shelter, which is really fucking triggering and annoying. But that's how it works. But God forbid, dude, you think these fucking liberals, oh my Lord, you think these liberals even for a second would allow their fucking taxes that they pay, their high property taxes that they pay for their nice homes in fucking California would go to like a different neighborhood? Oh, God forbid, dude. You know motherfuckers would lose their shit, okay? They would lose their shit. Sandy's trying to implement new racially sensitive affirmation action testing policies. She knows that the mean scores for white and black students are separated by 10%, but the median score is only 2%. Utilizing statistical analysis, explain why this difference may signal underlying racial issues. Anyway, it also promoted something called detracking, which keeps students together longer instead of separating high achievers in the advanced class before high school. I don't know if that's a bad thing. Is that a bad thing? Is there like data that shows that like putting kids in like a higher level, like immediately advancing certain kids is a bad thing? Or I mean, not bad thing, sorry. Like instead of keeping them in the same level with other people so they can help others as well. As a teacher, it's a good thing. Ben Shapiro's walking down the street. What is the possibility that he crosses the street? It doesn't help the ones struggling. Yeah, I feel like it's probably better for the ones that are struggling. Because all of a sudden, the students that are left behind are neglected. Further neglected. You know? But I don't know. There might be research that proves me wrong. And I genuinely don't know. But I suspect that, like, having a different tiered education system might hurt the people that are left behind. You know? The San Francisco Unified School District already does something similar. Their middle school math students are not split up, but rather take an integrated course, meaning to build our understanding year by year, though older high school students can still opt into high-level classes like calculus. Sophia Alema Yehu, 16, a high school junior in San Francisco, advanced along the integrated track, even though she did not always consider herself a gifted math student. So maybe I am good at math. The model has been in place since 2014, yielding a few years of data on retention and diversity that has been picked over by experts on both sides of the detracking debate. So there is some data on it. I ultimately don't know. But what I do know is this. And this has been proven time and time again. If you fund schools adequately, okay, instead of locking school funding into immediate districts where property values are higher and therefore property taxes are higher, you are going to be able to get better education results across the board. So more funding is necessary, not less. But unfortunately, both Democrats and Republicans advocate for less funding. Whether it's advocating for charter schools or straight up school voucher programs for private schools, both of those things take away funds from the public schooling system and redistribute those funds back to unaccountable private schools. Some of which who fail, by the way. But because they're unaccountable, it doesn't even fucking matter. They can even, in certain instances, charter schools can literally fail in the middle of the school year. So after this Ben Shapiro video, there's another one. We're going to move on to the Facebook's odd metaverse move. I really want to know what else Ben Shapiro talked about. I hope there's more clips because this is kind of boring so far. Here's proof you're right. What Americans keep ignoring about Finland's school success. Well, I do know this. Yes. I do know. I base most of my analysis on schooling in the United States of America from a country that is profoundly successful, demonstrably successful with its education, Finland. Mogul moves, easy clap.
And you know how, like, so I saw, you know how Hasan's doing, like, really ethically sourced merch that has, like, admittedly not as good margins, but also he's donating a lot of it? I'm doing none of that. This is coming straight out of a factory inside of a factory. The maximum age that I asked for at the factory is 5. So that shit's going to be cheap as fuck. It's going to come quick. And I get all the profit, baby. Woo! Let's go!
A lot of for-profit voucher schools in Sweden went bankrupt middle of school years. Yeah. My city voted down additional school funding, which would have been less than a 100-year property tax increase. They are using the same books from when I was in school and graduated in 2005. Yeah. Your community of greedy and annoying trust fund kids who buy all the merch in the middle of the week with their mommy's card is such bullshit. It's a spit in the face of wages who get paid on Fridays. Unlike your top of the hour ad breaks that run every hour and don't have to worry about being paid on a certain day. Well, that's right. But you do still have to worry about whether or not you have a free Twitch Prime subscription or at least $5 to be able to subscribe to avoid said ad breaks. I'm going to use that as a layup. Instead of getting mad, you know what? That was really good. I'm just going to fucking, I'm going to take that L and I'm going to move on with it. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 60-second ad break. It was very well done, chatter. And if you no longer want to see those ads, if you don't want a 2-tiered education system, or if you don't want a 2-tiered ad watching system, all you need to do is subscribe, and you can subscribe for $5 or you can subscribe for free with a Twitch Prime and then save that $5. Okay. Go invest that $5, you know, in a Gary Vaynerchuk YouTube video so you can learn how to make at least $69 so you can purchase the Peepo hoodie that was now restocked at ideology.shop. You know, these are the real mogul moves, baby. Or you could just fucking subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime to avoid the ad break that's coming right now. Every time I leave a meeting and unmute Hasan, I have to hear the ad break. Hey, Anorak Stack allowed 25 people to fucking avoid the ad breaks. Thank you, Anorak Stack. Gifting 25 subs. Literally bought my hoodie and Bernie shirt from the seat of my forklift. And we got forklift certified boys in here. There was no leftovers podcast last week, but because I was in Vegas, but there will be one this week. Forklift boys. Yeah, speaking of forklifts, I did see the Terry Crews Amazon vid, and I will be watching the Terry Crews Amazon vid. Don't you worry about it, but later. I just said I haven't had sexual relations in months. I miss it now, so now I jog outside in flip-flops to remember the sound. Damn, dude, you're having some fucking wet lays, bro. Flip, 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 flip. Don't worry, if you get the fucking hoodie, you will literally continue your streak of not having sex. Let's be real. These are Virgin-approved merchandise. I wonder if anyone's ever picked up someone wearing my merch and exclusively because it was a conversation starter that ended up having...
The Joe Rogan experience.
It must have happened. I see sometimes people send me like fucking people wearing the merch on their like dating app profiles and shit. Good way to fucking eliminate me in Vancouver. Wait, really? So many people. What the fuck? Okay, I think people are lying. There's no shot.
Talk about the metaverse because like I'm really fascinated by this decision of Facebook to change the name of Facebook to Meta and to the metaverse, which I think people are just gonna they're gonna like
I've matched with a guy on Tinder just because he was wearing your merch. Hell yeah.
They're gonna realize that this is a crazy idea, that you're gonna give your life to some sort of augmented or virtual reality world that's created by a guy who's involved in this company whose algorithms are sowing the seeds of distrust and hate all through. But now we're gonna fucking let him take over what you see and feel because you're gonna have a new company, and this new company.
By the way, when people say, like, when Joe Rogan says like you're sowing the seeds, the algorithm is sowing the seeds of hatred or whatever the fuck, he doesn't literally mean the algorithms are, actually creating people to believe in vaccine misinformation or are responsible for like a genocide in Myanmar or are, actively fucking creating a situation where like basically there's adult onset schizophrenia that like 90% of conservatives are brought upon themselves, where they like literally think in this psychotic delusion that the government is run by fucking pedophilic vampire monsters and shit like that. He means the opposite. Like conservatives are getting fucking owned on the timeline, and that's bad. And they actually are hiding the truth about ivermectin. So just remember, which is of course ridiculous.
Is going to be virtually reality based, where he's literally he reenacted a scene from Black Mirror.
Yeah. Well,
which is unironically.
I know. And you know what makes me a little...
Yeah, like, imagine sitting across from Ben motherfucking Shabibo. Ben, Facebook is my primary platform, Shabibo. And criticizing the Facebook algorithm, which, of course, Ben has, like, made a living shitting on the Facebook algorithm, crying to fucking legislators, crying to people that actually have lobbying power to lobby Facebook to change its algorithm in an effort that favors him, who is literally one of the most successful broadcasters on the platform, who he will still, of course, cry about, oh man, conservatives are getting owned on Facebook.
Sad. I think that it's going to happen.
You think it's going to happen?
Yeah, I think that you and I are of a different generation, dude. I think there are a lot of kids who are growing up in Fortnite world and spend a lot, and I think the pandemic really accelerated this. There are a lot of people who lived online for the entire pandemic. And so for people like me and for people like my parents, not seeing other humans for a long time was actually quite painful and terrible. Like, we actually did want to get out and be with the community and see friends and do that sort of stuff. What if you spend your entire life, from the time you're a little kid, interacting with screens? What if those screens are getting increasingly sophisticated so that they are...
What if those screens actually have someone like, I don't know, socialist Twitch streamer, this HasanAbi guy, okay, HasanAbi. He's out here talking about socialism this, socialism that. Why doesn't he socialize some bitches?
Are interacting with you in ways that humans would. What if you get to be whatever... Like, we're a society, we were just talking about this, where you get to be whatever you want to be. What if there's a world where you actually can be and everybody sees you the way you want to be seen? Would you rather live there where you're like rich and good looking and everybody likes you? Or would you rather live in the real world where you're disconnected from all of that and you end up with like Ready Player One world? I think
it's going to happen. It's as long as it...
Did he say tall? Oh, no, I missed it. I got to run that again.
I think
it's going to happen.
Real world. What if you get to be whatever...
What if you get to...
We're a society where...
What if you get to live in a world where you can please your wife and she no longer has to sleep in a separate bed, in a separate room, away from you? What if you live in a world where your wife actually does have a wet-ass P-word rather than a dry-ass P-word?
We were just talking about its entire life, from the time you're a little kid, interacting with screens. What if those screens are getting increasingly sophisticated so that they are interacting with you in ways that humans would? What if you get to be whatever... Like, we're a society, we were just talking about this, where you get to be whatever you want to be. What if there's a world where you actually can be and everybody sees you the way you want to be seen? Would you rather live there where you're like rich and good looking and everybody likes you? Or would you rather live in the real world where...
Oh, man. He didn't say tall. I got you baited into thinking he actually said tall. That would have been fucking sick. That would have been funny as fuck, dude. If you're like tall and play basketball and you're actually good...
where you're disconnected from all of that and you end up with like Ready Player One world. I think
it's going to happen. It's as long as it can become indistinguishable from reality, which it will be able to be. It's going to take time, whether it's 5 years or 10 years. If you go back and look at Pong, which was the first game that I ever saw when I was a child, it's
freaking boomer, dude. I mean, this guy plays Quake.
Ridiculous. It's like a white ball that bounces across and you have a straight
two
line.
paddles, yep.
That's a paddle. And it's the dumbest game that you could never convince a child to play today. They'd be like, get the fuck out of here with that stupid game. I can go play.
That's actually not even true, though. Like, I don't even think that that's true. I think people still play like versions of that game regularly. Another example is Snake, right? So I had a Nokia phone back in the day, indestructible, by the way. They literally had to stop them because you could never destroy them. So the company went bankrupt because it was just the most powerful thing on the planet. Survives like nuclear winter. Tetris is another game. It's like one of the earliest games developed. Snake is another game. There are versions of those games that people still play. So that's not even true. They're just like brilliant fucking games that people still absolutely play that.
A fucking Halo, right? But back then, when I was a child, that was a big deal. If you go in the future from now, what they have available now with these insane video graphics, the Unreal Engine, and then move yourself 20 years in the future, it's going to be indistinguishable.
And the AI is getting better and better in terms of being able to imitate human behavior, in terms of being able to innovate on its own.
And haptic feedbacks.
Oh, remember when everybody yelled at me about the cop thing, and I was like, cops routinely lie about fentanyl-related things, so that's an immediate red flag. Houston police chief said they located the security guard who they initially heard was pricked in the neck, and he says no one injected him. He says he was punched, not injected. It was bad info, the chief says. Crazy. Dude, cops literally, anytime you hear a cop, what did I say? Anytime you hear a cop talk about how like he was being discriminated against in a fast food restaurant, or anytime you hear about a cop saying, wait, hold on, I want to fucking do this again. I want to actually, wait, oops. Anytime you hear a cop fucking say, I'm going to tweet that out. Anytime you hear about a cop lying about fucking being discriminated against at a fast food chain, or about like dying because they saw fentanyl, immediately know that they're lying. Like, it's just like, it's a lie like 98% of the time. It's so sus. Like, I'll always wait for further information, but I'll be very skeptical about it. Okay? Case involving or being discriminated. I'm going to say HasanAbi rule. Shy tweeter. Anytime you hear a cop talk about a case involving fentanyl or being discriminated against, it is don't do that HasanAbi rule. No, I'm doing that now. I'm doing that. I'm doing rules now. I'm flushing out my ideology, my worldview. I am now a fashion designer. Okay. Now, not only am I a fashion designer, but also on top of that, I have rules now. Yeah, Marxist-Leninist pikerism, baby. I don't tolerate racism towards cops. I mean, it is true. Cops do have a very specific skull density that makes them cops. Facebook algo is censoring us. The top 10 performing link posts by U.S. Facebook pages in the last 24 hours are from Ben Shapiro, Dan Bongino, All K-Pop, NPR, Dan Bongino, Newsmax, twice, Ben Shapiro, MSN Latam. I guess MSN Latin America?
Suits and all these different things and all these video games that they have that emulate sports. They're getting so close. When you watch these basketball games and the UFC has a game, when you watch these the players, the fighters move around, like, God, it's so close. It's not quite there, but they're getting better and better with each iteration, and it's just a matter of time.
And what I wonder is if we are innovating ourselves, and when it comes to this stuff, if we're innovating ourselves out of existence as a civilization.
But don't you think that's probably where this goes, no matter what?
No, I think then the barbarians come to the gate. I think that's what happens.
Really?
Because the real world still exists. So if you innovate an entire generation of people, and let's just take this on the most baseline demographic level. None of them get married. None of them have babies. In 2 generations, this ain't going to matter. You're going to have a good time in the virtual reality, and then there are going to be no babies to carry this on. And the only people on Earth are going to be religious Jews, religious Catholics.
What the fuck? Dude, this is like, I mean, this is just madness. Like this, every part of this take is just like insane, dude. I don't know how else to describe it other than just like, what a psychotic fucking take, dude.
Catholics and religious Muslims, and that's it.
The vulnerability lies in the power grid. Because the power
My
grid
man said slippery slopes. I slide down them. Okay. I not only am the size of a child and have the brain of one, I also slide on slippery slopes like a child. Do you understand?
So vulnerable that if someone just detonated the power grid, all this stuff stops, and then you have no life. Your life is completely, you've invested it completely in this augmented world, this virtual world. But this virtual world, all you have to do is pull the plug, and it's out. And it's out for millions of people. It's like the equivalent of dropping a nuclear bomb on a culture. Like if you really all live inside of a computer system, some sort of a
VR, it's virtual reality. Yeah, no, that's right. And what I fear is that when you do that to a civilization, it's basically the equivalent of you bring in a wild animal and you put it in a cage for a long time, and now you can't release it back in the wild, right? It's going to get eaten. What happens to you as a civilization? Right? What happens if you've taken an entire generation of people, told them that their entire life exists online, they don't have to interact with other humans, they don't have to interact in human ways with other humans, and then there's like an entire other Earth out there that isn't doing any of this, right? By the way, China's not doing this, right?
No.
China's banned.
This is like not true. It's literally not true. They take like one or two things from China that fits their narrative, and they're like, China's not doing this. They're actually doing the opposite. It's like, no, you read one article that was like immediately falsified like a day later, and you just think that that's what's going on in China. That's not even happening in China.
Banning it.
Yeah.
China's banning it. China's saying you're not allowed to go online certain days of the week if you're a kid, right? We're going to ban the kind of stuff that you can see. So in the long run, which civilization is going to be more durable? The one that actually understands the vulnerabilities of human nature, or the one that says we're going to use those vulnerabilities to make you feel
like China literally has talent farms for Twitch streamers, okay? Like it's so nuts to just act like the world's single-handedly largest consumer of like mobile games and single-handedly largest consumer of like fucking just everything electronic is actually simultaneously taking serious measures to stop people from engaging in the internet and in the online space. Motherfucker also only loves China when he suspects that they are, in a very authoritarian capacity, stopping people from doing what they want to do on the internet. Like, this is wild.
Feel subjectively happier. I think I'm amazed.
Like, China, terrible when it comes to building high-speed rail. Very bad. Not good at all. China, not good at, distributing the overwhelming amount of wealth that they've been able to fucking capture from greedy American capital owners by throwing their labor force at the problem, but still, trying to build certain parts of the economy in a very effective way and eradicating poverty through socialized programs. Very bad. China, very good when they stop you from playing video games, even though they're not, but I thought that they are because I read an article that said that they are.
Amazed at the level of conditioning. Here's what killed me about the pandemic, honestly. What killed me? The level of conditioning that it took in order to rejigger how people think was so low. It shocked the hell out of me. It really shocked me. I was talking to my business partner, Jeremy Boring, about this, and early on in the pandemic, he was like, people aren't going to stand for this. Like, when they'd shut everything, and it's like, 3 months from now, people are going to be losing their minds. They're going to be out on the streets protesting to get...
Wow, dude, how brilliant. You said that people were not going to like being trapped indoors during a pandemic.
Get rid of the masks, and they're going to be out at ball games again. I was like, that's not right. I think it'll take a year. We're like a year and a half in, and half the country's still like, well, what if this just kind of continues? Like, all right, I guess. Like, the amount of dependency that was bred by people saying, just go back to your house, and people be like...
Who the fuck? That's not even true, dude. What the fuck? First of all, humans are... The most profound capability of human beings is their capacity to adapt to circumstances, okay? Like, we make the most of the situation that we're forced into. So that's not really like a incredible fucking assessment. But even then, people absolutely fucking hated it. Like, this idea that human beings love being trapped indoors is so fucking categorically false. And you can see that with foot traffic. You can see that with the willingness that people had to move into the post-pandemic world. You can measure that with how much COVID spread. It's like a very specific subsect of people that personally are like either agoraphobic or have social anxiety that wanted to stay indoors and were most likely staying indoors regardless unless they were forced to, that are not fucking doing that. But other than that, most people want to go outside. That's crazy.
Human beings are really adaptable. And this is something that Brett Weinstein and Heather Heying talk about, right? That's our superpower. We're super duper adaptable.
Yeah.
So we're super adaptable.
To our own detriment.
Sometimes to our own detriment. So if we change our social circumstances radically in a way that's unhealthy for us, and we are now interacting with technologies that were built to take advantage of our lizard brain.
You hate to see that. I'm gonna be honest with you. You fucking hate to see that. When you're in agreement with Brett Weinstein.
Yeah.
Then what happens when there are people who are just not engaging in the same? They're not
Fucking
playing the same game
devastating, dude.
that we are. Right? We're essentially drugging ourselves. Robert Nozick is the libertarian philosopher. He talks at one point about what he calls the experience machine. It's the thought experiment. And the experience machine is basically VR. He's writing this in early 1960s. He says, what if there was a machine where you could plug into it, you'd feel the illusion of choice, you'd feel as though your choices had some sort of significance, and it would give you the dopamine hit that you get in regular life. Would you plug into it or would you not?
Right.
And his theory was you wouldn't plug into it because you still want to feel like your life has real-world consequences. But what if everybody you know is in that experience machine? Then you're the one who gets left out if you're not in the experience machine.
What is real world? I mean, that's what the problem is. That analogy was created before the sophistication of computer systems has reached the point now where you can look at it 20 years from now and you kind of get an understanding of where it's going to be. When you're dealing with what's possible now, I don't think you're going to be able to stop people from doing it because I think it's going to be so overwhelmingly addictive. You look at how many people are just addicted to looking at their Instagram.
Yep.
It's so
TikTok.
simple.
Yeah.
It's nothing. I mean, it's nothing. The dopamine hit you get off of this little phone, it's minimal, but people are completely all in on it.
Yep. And I think that I do wonder if there's going to be, and I wonder what you think about this, if there's going to be a bifurcation in the same way there's been a bifurcation about so many issues between the people at the top of sort of the elite spectrum and the rest of the population, where the people at the elite spectrum are making the metaverse, but their kids aren't actually in the metaverse.
Right. Like Steve Jobs didn't let his kid use an iPad.
Exactly. Like, I'm on the internet. My kids are 7, 5, and 1. They're not allowed. We don't have the TV on in our house. My kids
Wait, so he's saying he's one of the elites? What the fuck? He's like, I'm not letting my kids do that shit. Also, I am simultaneously on the internet all the time and make a living off of the internet. But I will not let my kids be on the internet. Do people not realize how shit VR is right now? Yeah, people don't get it. People that talk about VR in this way have actually never used a VR system. Because it would take you about 15 minutes before you feel like you want to throw up if you ever fucking touched a VR system as it is currently, and how bulky it is, how expensive it is, and how, like, unfortunately, and I love the idea, I love the concept, but like VR is not great right now. It's with the exponential growth of technology, who knows? Maybe we can get there in like 10 years. People say 50. I think you could get there in 10. But this notion that, like, you know, we're gonna be trapped in this VR world, like it's gonna be like the Matrix, this false reality. I think it's understandable to be afraid of that. I don't think that's necessarily the wrong take. I do think that the internet has harmed us. It's been incredible, but it's also harmed us in like many different ways that we simply currently still do not understand. Okay? So I don't necessarily disagree with both what Ben Shapiro and Joe Rogan are saying right now. We aren't going to experience exponential growth like that in 10 years. I don't know, man. Who knows? So this is an Oculus Rift. Good one. I mean, one of the earliest pioneers of VR, kind of behind that take, so it's reasonable in my opinion. He's a Stanford professor. No, I don't think that's the wrong thing. Like, think about how much the Instagram points that you get, how much they how much they affect your real life, like your point of view IRL. We do things in the real world, in the physical space, in an effort to gain points in the fake world that we have created, with a fake system that we've created in that fake world, to get a rush of dopamine. And it can be good, but it also can create a lot of mental health complications. If only there was a way to, I don't know, make the real world, the physical space that we exist in, feel, more rewarding, more fulfilling. Maybe if we had some more time to ourselves to pursue activities that are fulfilling, for example. Maybe we lacked, I don't know, didn't feel so much alienation from our labor. That could be one reason. I don't know. Maybe we could feel like we could effectively communicate change if we wanted to. Nah, fuck that. That's not how it works. That would be ridiculous. I think all streamers have this take. Yeah, I mean, look, the guy above this said you dig in your ass and smell it before licking it. Didn't know we had something in common. What? And then you have that, and I'm like, just what the fuck?
Don't watch TV. My kids don't get internet access until they're like 18. Like, that is not a thing I want.
18?
They can be out of my house and they can get internet.
Rebel. They're going to do drugs. They're going to be in the street. The kids are going to turn tricks.
Well,
it's going to be a real problem. It's going to be a problem.
Mom was literally dying IRL because of GTRP. Yeah, I mean, Grand Theft Auto roleplay was actively killing me. That is true. Like, you make merch for chat, but chat is fake? What do you mean? It isn't fake, though. We have real interaction with real people online. It's not the same as real interactions in the physical space, though. Let's be real. Like, it's just not. And also, I made very real merch, motherfucker. Come on.
That's a pretty wild ride you took me on there, Joe. That's really upsetting.
That's what I do.
Yeah. No, that was. We went straight from my kids aren't watching Cocomelon to they're turning tricks in the streets.
Turning
of
tricks
Florida.
is such a great term. It sounds so cute for what it actually is.
Yeah.
It's a terrible thing, but it sounds like cute. Oh, they're turning tricks.
Yeah, Ben doesn't want his daughters watching the HasanAbi broadcast and then becoming little socialists. You know what I mean? That's why he doesn't want them on the internet.
Like, if you didn't understand English, you'd be like, oh, they're magicians? Like, no.
Of a sort.
Yeah.
But, yeah, no, I mean, we're going to limit, but I think that's one of the stories. If we're talking about the elite kind of versus everybody else gap.
Maybe.
Everything that gets created
that
is
concerned about their children.
But you say with everything, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like, people promulgating technologies and value systems they don't actually live in.
Right.
And then everybody who is watching is like, I will do that.
Right.
And then those people themselves don't do it.
Watch the entire episode for free.
His daughters are going to, what? Oh, Jesus. Don't say that. Very young. Abbott wants criminal investigations for pornography, a.k.a. queer books in school libraries. Governor Greg Abbott calls for criminal investigation and availability of pornographic books in public schools. What? Why would there be pornographic books in schools? Does he also know that the internet exists? Like, that's always funny when motherfuckers are like, bro, oh, you're worried about pornography in public libraries, dude, in schools? Wait till you find out about the internet, dog. Unless he means like, LGBT books are pornographic in nature or something.
And a lot of, people were leaving. Some people were leaving.
Bro, I hate to admit this, but like I wanted his stand-up special to be good. It was so bad, dude. Holy fuck. He's like homies with a lot of people I know. But my God, it was so fucking bad. Holy shit. I mean, watch it for your own. It was just not fucking funny. It sucked. I tapped out after the mullet joke. He did like a 11-minute bit about how like having a mullet, he could be like, it was a funny premise. Like he could be a woman or a man or whatever the fuck. And that was like kind of funny. I've seen some of his other bits about how like he lived in a poor white neighborhood along with like the poor black kids. and the black kids will be like, you guys oppressed us. And he was like, motherfucker, if I oppress you, why do I live next door? Like, that shit's funny. So I had high expectations going in. It's actually a pretty funny joke. The difference between like black and white kids living in the same poor neighborhood. It's like a legit funny fucking joke. So I thought that it was going to be really good. And Theo Vaughn, this is his like surprisingly bad considering how genuinely funny he is just by talking in podcast setups. Yeah, maybe. I've never listened to his podcast. Isn't he good friends with Ethan? Maybe. I don't know. He's good friends with a lot of people on the internet. I just did not like his latest podcast, latest special.
You know, you left, Tom left, and not like you're left forever. It's not like you're like
I've left forever.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's not like you're like cannot go back to there to visit though.
I'm not going back to visit.
Really?
Fuck that place.
No way.
Oh my God, he's such a bitch, dude. Who wronged you, bro? Who hurt you, Rogan?
Are you really?
Done.
Dun, 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 dun.
I'll go back and do shows, like one every now and then.
Well, so there
like
you
one
go,
a year.
right.
One a year.
But
I'll
that's
drop
a
in.
lot.
I'll drop into the forum.
But that's like Santa. He comes freaking once a year.
Yeah, that's
man.
what I'm going to be
okay.
like.
He has people like Tommy Lauren Jocko on. Dude, come on. They're podcasters. With the exception of like all of my friends in the podcasting space, the overwhelming majority of the podcasting space, just like the overwhelming majority of the YouTube space, is completely fucking crowded with center-right to far-right agitators. Okay? It's totally fucking right-leaning. Oh, YouTube is eliminating the
folks.
dislike button, by the way.
You may have seen a while back that YouTube announced it was experimenting
7,000 dislikes.
with making dislike counts private to only the creator of the video. Now, if you're like me, you were surprised by that. I mean, I've always thought seeing the number of dislikes on a video helps us know as viewers if it's a good video or not, if it's a helpful tutorial or not, or if what a creator is saying in their video is generally agreed with or not. But unfortunately, research teams at YouTube have found there's this whole other use for disliking a video that I had never experienced as a creator, and you may not have either. Apparently, groups of viewers are targeting a video's dislike button to drive up the count, turning it into something like a game with a visible scoreboard.
Dog, you've been on fucking YouTube. You work on YouTube. How did you not know that? It's for the next YouTube Rewind. Like, oh my God. Oh, Jesus Christ. What a bunch of dummies, dude. Getting dislike bomb has been a thing since the inception of YouTube. Yeah, literally. Like, that is, for the most part, that is all right-wing essayists used to do. Sargon of Akkad and like his fan base. All of my videos up until like I had a poppin' ass YouTube channel with like a fucking awesome community on Twitch for myself. Before then, all of my videos used to be like dislike bombed. Every single TYT video probably still gets dislike bombed. Who cares?
And it's usually just because they don't like the creator or what they stand for. That's a big problem when half of YouTube's mission is to give everyone a voice. So earlier in 2021, YouTube experimented with making the public dislike count.
Are you going to go over the Kyle Rittenhouse trial? Nah. I'm too afraid. I'm too cowardly and too afraid to go over it because it shatters my worldview. Or maybe I already did it for like an hour and a half or to 2 hours, but you weren't here when I did it. So I see no reason in like going over it again.
Private to see if it would help reduce these coordinated dislike attacks across the platform. And after analysis, they did see a reduction. So the update from YouTube is that the dislike button is staying, but the dislike counts will now be private. You can still dislike videos, and that action will be used to tune your own recommendations, but you won't be able to see the dislike count. Only the creator can find it on the back end if they want. Now, a few common questions we saw from the initial experiment.
If a creator can still see their total dislikes on the dashboard, this change literally only is good for brands and corporations. Yeah, what the fuck? He's right. Connor with another fucking fire take, dude. My man's got some good ass takes. He's out there eating pants and just spreading some good takes on the timeline.
First, without a public dislike count, how can viewers tell if a video is worth watching? Again, I kind of had this question too, but it turns out that while viewers might use the dislike count,
I just don't care. Like, one way or the other. Like, who cares if the dislike button is gone or the dislike count is gone? I don't know why people fucking lose their shit over it, like as though this is like a giant thing, you know? All right, here's Abby Martin fucking cum-stirring Nancy Pelosi.
Wait a minute, I want a woman. I want a woman. A woman.
A woman. Yeah, that's what you get, dude. Yeah. Friend of the show, Abby Martin.
Gender equality here. Maybe I don't. Let's see.
Abby Martin with the Empire Files. Speaker Pelosi, you just presided over a large increase in the Pentagon budget. This Pentagon budget is already massive. The Pentagon is a larger polluter than 140 countries combined. How can we seriously talk about net zero if there is this bipartisan consensus to constantly expand this large contributor to climate change, which is exempt from these conferences? Military is exempt from climate talks.
Oh my fucking lord. She's like, just kidding. I fucking hate women. Nancy Pelosi be like, women are whores. Please stop. Should not be in the fucking room with men, actually. I've decided.
Well, I just want to use an example.
Absolute friend of the show, Abby Martin, destroys Nancy Pelosi.
If I can. You know the sea level rise.
She's about to start posting like a fucking incel SJW anti-SJW YouTube essayist.
You know what's happening to the climate. And I am not a defense person, but I've had so many talks with the Defense Department, with the Navy in particular, about how they have to respond to what's going on. So I really do think that there is no reason why what we're putting together, you know, with Build Back Better and other things, can't respond to the Defense Department and have the same impact in terms of reducing emissions. And I do think that the Defense Department is very much aware of the fact that they have to play a major role, both from a strategic as well as, you know.
Bro, they literally, did they not hear the question? Like, did you just not, or did you hear the question and just completely avoid it on purpose, like deliberately? What the fuck happened there? What a wild scenario where homie just straight deflected, dude. Does he have the deflect cream? He is deflecting blue light.
For the good of the world. So I don't see what we're doing in any way, or, you know, increasing the defense budget as being something that's inconsistent with climate action. I really don't.
And may I just add that the national security advisors all tell us that the climate crisis is a national security matter. It is, of course, a health matter for our children, the water they drink, the air.
Like, the immediate answer to that is fucking Elizabeth Warren. You know what I mean? Like, the Elizabeth Warren style, we need to have a green military, not just in camouflage, but also in the carbon footprint. So when we're fucking eviscerating brown children in Pakistan from thousands of miles away with Hellfire missiles, you best believe that the carbon footprint is going to be reduced. Also, we're technically reducing the carbon footprint in the secondary capacity by killing people. Humans are major consumers. You guys know this already. Of course, we're not doing this in the developed world. We're doing this to people that literally, you know, their entire consumption is not even 1 day. Their entire yearly carbon footprint is not even like 1 day in a single American's fridge. But still, even then, you gotta make you gotta make fucking gains wherever you can, you know.
they breathe, etc. It is a jobs issue between good, clean technologies being the future of our workforce and the training for all of that. It is a national security issue because of the all of the conditions that climate crisis produces. I won't go into all of them, but they are cause for migration, conflict over habitat and resources, and again, a security challenge.
I've been saying this for fucking years, bro. I mean, it's gonna happen. It's already happening.
Globally, and then the fourth, of course.
Yes, Nancy Pelosi is saying climate change is a national security risk because of climate refugees, and they're gonna say it. They're gonna say it more. They're gonna say it louder and louder. By the way, and it's true. Like, it's not a national security risk, but it will be perceived as a national security risk, and it actually could become a fucking national security risk if we're being honest. If you have a bunch of understandably pissed off fucking people living in the developed world that are like, you guys fucked our country over, now open your goddamn doors because it is not even habitable back there, then you know, eco-fascism is upon us.
The moral issue that we need to pass on this planet to future generations in a responsible way. Now, recognizing what you said, we recognize that as well. And a big user of fuel. There have been many initiatives over time, more successful with more technology, to convert from fossil fuel to other sources of fuel to run the military, because it would make the biggest difference. Transportation, defense, these are two of the biggest, that can make the biggest difference in all of that, and that is something we're very, very focused on. As I say, the Defense Department sees this systemically, that we have to stop it as a national security issue, and one way to do that is to stop our dependence on fossil fuels, which...
Yeah, we're gonna make EV tanks, okay? We need to make tanks that are electric. That's why we are giving Tesla $7 gazillion so they can make electric tanks. Of course, that's pretty hilarious, and that will turn into an unironic anti-imperialist act because Teslas are fucking dog shit, and they will light on fire and end up, you know, ruining America's imperialist endeavors. So I look forward to that in the future. That's right, dude. Based anti-imperialist Tesla. So it's okay when you want to buy retrofitted electric vintage cars, but not when the military wants to? Yes. Twitch clips. HasanAbi failed No Nut November first day. Okay, someone send me the fucking video that I was watching yesterday, the Münecat one. What is this? Fun opinion? Masterpiece of a video on Nick Foster, conservative TikTok guy? I don't know who the fuck that is. I'm not watching that. What do you think about the Rittenhouse trial so far? I don't know. Is it expected? Gary Vee, the youth pastor capitalism. Oh, here it is. Here it is. And then we're going to watch the video from Nick too. So he comes back to the fucking, he leaves the dark side.
His philosophy is he'd rather be happy and broke than rich and sad. But
yesterday we were watching a Gary Vaynerchuk video, by the way, which we're going to continue now. I'll find a better spot to start it off in. Here he is complaining about
father managed to give him a huge leg up into the world of business. I'm not saying Gary isn't talented. Obviously.
Why do you use a Soviet flag? Using that flag of a nation which removed all leftism from Russia and instead resorted to fascism? What? Bro, I get like, sometimes there's always like sometimes there's a fucking take, that even, you know, catches me off guard. That was one of that. That was like anarchist, right? I suspect. Like, because, you know, the basic stuff is like, they're fascist. They're the same as the Nazis or worse than the Nazis or something like that. And then sometimes I just get like fucking whiplash. You can literally say almost the same thing about the American flag. You can say that about the American flag, which I do regularly. It's functionally no different than the fucking American flag. Especially considering its usage, application, and how long it was around, and not just like a symbol of Stalin in the way that people try to lock it into. And even with Stalin, there is the good and the bad. Okay? There is mismanagement, famine, deaths, a surveillance apparatus that was broad, horrible. And then there's the good, killing Nazis. You know? So even if you were to reduce it to just Stalin, there's more to it than just the swastika, for example. The killing Nazi part was pretty poggers. Yes, it was. It was poggers as fuck. The USA killed Nazis too, though. Yeah, that's why I'm saying the USA flag also has some good and a lot of bad. That's the point. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Some good, killing Nazis. Pretty good. Good stuff overall. Of course, they weren't as good at killing Nazis as the USSR was, but hey, what are you going to do? Yes, we will watch the Elden Ring gameplay later today, okay? After this. I promise. You are in it? What the fuck? Nick's vid you skipped. We're going to watch that as well. All right, let's get started.
He is, but he literally...
We're back to watching Gary Vee, baby. Gary fucking Vee, America's greatest. Okay? Okay, let's do it.
Never, ever admits that his father gave him a massive leg up.
You know what I think is a better advantage than being born into something? Being born into nothing. I'm on the record. Remember I said it. Can't wait to watch it in 20 years. The internet, the way it is today, I'd rather have 0 than 100 million. People that have 0 are like, this
bullshit.
Idiot. That's because you don't talk to trust fund babies. I do. I talk to trust fund babies. They DM me. I meet them in real life because of my business career. They're sad. Do you know what it's like to talk to a human being that looks at you at 22 years old and says, no matter what I do for the next 80 years, it will never be my own accomplishment. Everybody will always say I was handed it and I'm done. Do you know what kind of level of depression, cocaine, and partying until you die that leads to? A lot. That was bad.
Every time I click my fingers, another trust fund baby does a line of cocaine and is a bit sad. Please donate today to the Trust Fund Baby Fund so that one day no more trust fund babies will have to be a bit sad because Daddy was too successful. The Trust Fund Baby Fund. Because there's nothing worse than Tarquin feeling a bit aimless. His philosophy is he'd rather be happy and broke than rich and sad, but he never admits that many problems come from financial problems, but he's never experienced that himself. He'll say that he had to start VaynerMedia out of somebody else's office.
I love when people are like, well, don't listen to him. He was given $3 million or given us. I wasn't. I built a business from $3 to $60 million. Left at 34 years old, owning none of it. I didn't even get our own office because I wanted to save money.
He's never had to worry about paying rent or paying bills. That's true adversity. But if this content gives people hope, is it a bad thing? And another key message is to have gratitude, even if that involves giving yourself disturbing, intrusive thoughts every day in the shower.
My family.
Good. Who in your family? Pick one.
All of them.
You're very politically correct. Cool. Every day, make like literally once a day, genuinely sit there for 5 minutes and make pretend one of them got shot in the face. I probably once a week to 4 times a week sit there truly in the shower and truly try to convince myself that I have lost one of the 5 most important people in my life.
Because it seems that if you've never had any true adversity in your life, then the trick is to artificially give yourself some. You can tell he doesn't really know how to advise people sometimes from the way that he interacts with these people who ask him these questions. If he doesn't truly know how to answer, such as this lady who's attempting to ask him a question about growing her YouTube channel, he just interrupts her and goes off on a diatribe about enjoying the journey.
I just started up my YouTube, but I'm having a hard time like staying consistent with building
Can I tell you what's holding you up?
Yeah.
Like if you're feeling any angst, it's because you don't love the process more than the results. You're thinking about $10,000 a month in AdSense instead of loving the fucking dirt.
Yeah, no shit, but I'm sure this lady had a burning question that she's paid thousands of dollars and waited hours in line to ask you, and now she's not even gonna get a proper answer because you just interrupted her and then went off on this tangent which was probably not useful to her. We can laugh or balk all we want, but it's these attention-grabbing statements that get Gary his clout in his keynote gigs. And his keynote gigs are one of the biggest, and I would say very likely his biggest source of income, bar his early successful investments, so he has to keep this clout going. One time he was invited to drop his motivational nuggets on the Hundum of the Beachbody MLM. And if you're new to the channel and you're not familiar with what an MLM is, they're basically the evil organizations that make all of the women who never moved out of your hometown start acting like this. Okay, I know she's your grandma and you're selling sex toys, but she might say yes. So I was waking up every morning feeling awfully sluggish, right? So I decided to do this thing called 30 Days to Healthy Living, right? And I discovered that if I cut out, hang on one second, red meat, white meat, seafood, gluten, dairy, eggs, nuts, and processed foods, then I'll be absolutely fine. No, it's got nothing to do with the wine. Do you want a cup of tea? It's okay, if this is a business meeting, then the tea bag will be a tax write-off anyway. No, you're not balding. Your hair follicles are regenerating themselves. Oh, have you ever heard of Rachel Hollis? Yeah, she's great. So relatable. No, you're not going into debt. Your bank account is just regenerating itself. Yeah, and then we all wear white at the party in the evening. Have I heard of the film Midsommar? No? It's not a no, it's a not now. Well, leave 63 messages on her voicemail then. Well, leave 64. Yeah, I'm my own boss now. There's a 7-page contract with rules that I have to strictly adhere to, but no, it really does work. Have you ever heard of the law of attraction? Have you ever heard?
The amount of people I saw in the chat shocked at the Gary Vaynerchuk video about how you need to fantasize that your fucking parents are dead like I do was alarming to me. I've watched that video many times on this broadcast. How the fuck have you guys never seen that before? That's crazy. God damn, it's like one of my favorite fucking videos. I make that joke all the time. And yes, it is only something that someone who has never experienced adversity would have to conjure up in his own brain in an effort to feel like they have experienced some kind of adversity so they can feel gratitude. He's very privileged.
Heard of the term financially free? Am I financially free? Am I free of all finances? Yes. Yeah, I've got so much more time to spend with the kids now. Shut up! I'd say I'm only about 1 month away from the free car. I know I've been saying that for a while, but I'm a makeup artist now. So I'm going to draw you a diagram of everyone in my team and everyone in my downlines teams as well, okay? So there's me here, and then there's Stacy. No, corporations are pyramid schemes. Have you ever noticed how your boss earns more than you? Pyramid. 2 there and 1 there. So as you can see, anyway, how many motivational quotes have you posted on your Instagram today? Then post 7 more. Yeah, I've made so many friends since starting up with this. What? Sandy's left? That fucking bitch. Delete her off Facebook right now. Oh yeah, the shakes are lovely. 99.7% of people who attempt MLMs end up losing money. That money gets siphoned directly up to the top 0.3%. Gary is probably very aware of this, being an astute businessman, and here he is being paid probably around $200,000 for an hour speech to tell them all to hustle and grind and stop complaining.
So I've been doing some homework over the last 3 or 4 months, actually, following your social media presence. And the truth is, punchline is I think 95% of the people here are just not working hard enough. I think a lot of people like to cry about stuff. But instead of taking 1,000 of the $6,000 you've made doing this and buying Facebook ads with it and then making $12,000, you cried.
You should have taken $1,000 of that $6,000 you've made and advertised with it and made $20,000, but instead you cried. If you'd really done your research on Beachbody, Gary, you'd know that only 3.5% of the people in that room have even made $6,000. In fact, only 1 in 5 people in that room have even made the $1,000 that you're saying that they should be spending on Facebook advertising. And let me just clarify this. Before expenses, 99.7% of them will end up in the red. And it's nothing to do with hustle, Gary. It's basic maths and market demand. Something they're being encouraged not to think about. Gary also makes hefty sums of money to speak at events organized by a company called Success Resources, a company that Tony Robbins also regularly speaks for. Basically, Gary and Tony and a few other big names in this business are used as bait to get naive young entrepreneurs to drop hundreds of dollars on these events, which turn out to be a trap because you have to sit there through 8 hours of pitches from get-rich-quick gurus trying to get you to drop $1,997 on a bullshit course before Gary or whoever the main act is even comes on stage.
Apart from Russell Brand, Gary Vee, the rest was really actually quite sad to watch as people lined up to sign up to these courses to be millionaires.
Like, no question, the worst event I've ever been to.
We went to a Success Resource event actually.
Yeah.
You were one of the speakers there.
Yeah.
Before you turned up, people were like booing and also shouting the price out of what, because they all followed the same process. Oh, at 1997. People were shouting it out, crowd were booing. That woman in front of us got up and left. She hated it.
You know what the greatest sadness for me every day is? When some people see my content and they think my high energy means I'm one of those people. Has it been cool for you guys to figure out the difference between me and them? I'm for free, not telling them what they want to hear. Yeah. They're for money, telling them what they want to hear.
He believes his 30 minutes is so valuable, so pure, that somehow makes it all worthwhile.
If Gary gave 1 iota of a shit about the well-being of his fans, he would not go anywhere near this company. Now, while some positivity is good, it also helps to be fucking realistic. An MLM telling a room full of hopefuls that they're all gonna make it one day is completely unrealistic. And telling someone in a typical capitalist society that anyone can make it if they just hustle hard enough is also not realistic. And one workplace which personifies this toxic hustle worker exploitation culture is fucking VaynerMedia. Yes, Gary's own company has some of the worst Glassdoor reviews I've ever seen. Backstabbing culture. You're just another number to them. If you're looking to be undervalued and overworked, well then VaynerMedia is the place for you. Impossible deadlines and unrealistic expectations. Long work days and late nights with no compensation. People are afraid to speak about their burnouts, days in the hospital, or if they take medication because of stress.
I think it has a lot to do with many different things. First of all, anonymous websites. People that are willing to go to extremes when nobody can figure out who that person is. So anonymous leads to it.
No shit, Gary. You're perpetually surrounded by yes men because everybody's jobs around you rely on you. So you should probably really take these anonymous reviews on board. But he doesn't care that much because people will keep applying to work there anyway because he's Gary fucking Vaynerchuk. People think that he will look good on their CV, so he can work them to the bone while they're there, and then as soon as they burn out, he can just move on to the next inexperienced kid who doesn't realize what a normal, respectful workplace should be like.
So he's there like shouting, that email should have gone out yesterday, like shouting at his staff. They all look tired because they all work long hours. Yeah, they are burnt out there and they don't last long.
But it's all of this and the fact that he takes the money to speak at success resources events and MLM events that solidify my belief in the fact that Gary Vee only really truly cares about one person, and that's Gary Vee.
There's two ways to build the biggest building in town. You either just build the biggest building in town, or you spend all your time tearing everybody else's building down.
Really?
I hate Michael Jordan with my entire heart. And if there's anything on my last breath that I'm most proud of, is I'm out here just trying to build the biggest building. Fuck you if you bought Jordans. Would be the best if...
Wait, why does he hate Michael Jordan? I didn't understand that. I mean, I get that he obviously only cares about himself, but like, why is he fucking... Uh-oh, Grimes about to get bangs. It's over for HasanAbi chat. Oh my God. Ratio chat. Get to work. This is important. Please get to work. This is very important to me. Perhaps the most. It's the most important. This is the most important moment in the history of this chat, in the history of this community. Also, Grimes still has not responded to my DMs. Makes me very sad. Did it in front of all of us and God? Any reason why you get mad at chat for being coomers and then you post a tweet reply like this? It's pure hypocrisy. It's strategic. Okay? It's strategic. Also, where ratio is about to be achieved. Also, I'm a hypocrite. What the fuck do you mean? I'm literally a hypocrite. Yeah. Yes. Haas tweet not sending is best. What is it? Cake OG status gone. I can't see. I can't see what it is. Brother Elon is gonna assassinate you. Please stop. No, he won't. And even if he does, it's fine. Loopson would never do this. No, I read it correctly. Bangs are never a mistake. Bangs are never a mistake. You know what is a mistake, though? Literally watching the ads at the top of the hour, okay? Because at the top of the hour, there's a 60-second ad break. And I got to run those ads. Contractual obligation. Vati also played and reviewed Elden Ring. Oh my god. Now, at the top of the hour, there's a 60-second ad break, but the biggest problem there is seeing those ads. If you don't want to see those ads, if you're like, yo, what the fuck? HasanAbi, I don't want to see these fucking ads, dude. Well, then all you need to do is subscribe, my friend. That's right. For $5 or for free. For the low price of $3.99. You can subscribe. And that way you will no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. An ad-free broadcasting experience. Also, the hoodies are restocked. I'm just going to keep fucking mentioning it. Because some of you keep coming in here and being like, the hoodies have been restocked? What the fuck? And they're not running out this time. So you're good. Hopefully they won't run out for a couple days.
All 8 billion people.
Here's the 1 minute ad break now.
You wouldn't have a single bad thing happen in society.
But you only think he's a piece of shit because he beat your team?
Yes.
That's it.
Isn't that more than a fuck enough? If you actually cared about everybody else and didn't impose your own hurt on someone else. Tom Brady, choke, would be phenomenally happy with that. People that tear everyone else's building down are hurting inside and want other people to feel pain. Misery loves company.
You just don't like that he's really good and he wins.
Correct.
That's so
At
weird.
the expense of my team.
He consistently tells us that our phones are only a mirror of who we truly are and we shouldn't worry about using social media more.
Twitter didn't change your opinions. Twitter allowed you to express them. We're demonizing technology. We're underestimating evolution of the human race, and that it's super cute that ideological people are imposing these wills with no substantial data of any sort or kind.
Political divides are only widening due to companies like Facebook literally profiting off our anger. And I suppose Gary Vee is also profiting off that anger. Facebook has this little fucking knob that they just turn to reduce hate and lower profits, or increase hate and increase profits. And which way does he turn that knob, Gary? Which way does your friend Zucky boy turn the...
This is what happens when you live with an Italian man. Okay, boys? He went and he ordered cheese covered with prosciutto. That's right.
fucking knob. But whose bottom line does it hurt if we all start using our phones and apps and social media less? Gary Vees. And where do you think all of this technology will take us in the long run, Gary?
Oh, the end point is the robots kill us all.
You think so?
Yeah.
Really?
Yep. I just eat shit constantly, which is really my definition of eating shit. I'm eating shit. How about eating shit instead?
But just think about the way in which he has become successful.
It seems
he
bleak.
grew his father's company by personifying it through his personality. He started VaynerMedia and got large clients because he'd already got clout through being famous because of his personality. And then he made a few savvy investments from the money that he made through this, which made him even more money. And then he branded himself further and more aggressively through social media by marketing his personality through social media. But the only advice that he will give ultimately are actions that have worked for him, which basically comes down to this: brute force in terms of content and work ethic, polluting the online space with content 24 hours per day. But that doesn't mean that that will work for everyone. Posting on every social media platform 10 times a day is not a recipe for success for everyone. I am one example of that. But nevertheless, his showcasing of his good communication skills and his positioning of himself as an entrepreneur's guru has got...
You're wrong! Münecat, you're fucking wrong! You should be watching less Kim Kardashian and posting more! It ain't happening, it seems. Yes, okay, I needed to see this. No. Do we need to remind you what happened last time, babe? No! bro. It doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't have to be this way. It could have been a different way. This is also really bad, but it could have been a different way. Believe in yourself. Believe in yourself. I believe in you. What? This is from your Miami trip a while ago, but this one's for you, bro. That Ludwig? What the fuck? Why did Ludwig do this? $134,000 likes. All white guys are Ludwig. Okay, dude, this white guy is Ludwig, so you're wrong.
Him countless keynote speeches, and this has got him more generous angel investor deals, and in turn, more business for VaynerMedia, and the cycle continues. But Gary Vee isn't successful because he hustled hard. Gary Vee is successful because he's Gary Vee. And not everyone is Gary Vee. And thank fuck for that. But this is why I call him the ultimate cheerleader for capitalism. I bet multi-billionaires fucking
like Gary Vee is literally what you get when you combine survivor's bias with like a profound amount of privilege. Okay? It's it. He's very privileged. The reality is he is, and he doesn't even fucking recognize that privilege. Something that Münecat very correctly pointed out, with his affluent beginnings playing a significant role, like not having to fucking worry about rent and shit. Something I've talked about as well. A lot of people routinely, conservatives specifically, routinely talk about intergenerational wealth in the form of being a beneficiary when your parents die. You know what I mean? Like being a beneficiary of someone's estate. You know? Like as though the way you transfer intergenerational wealth is by fucking having your parents die. That's not what happens, brother. Okay? And I'm a perfect example of this. My father and his father before him made so much money and then lost it all by the time my dad was in college. And by the time I was in college, my father lost all of his fucking money. All of it. Okay? And guess what? I still had an insane amount of upper hand, an insane advantage because of the affluent beginnings that he offered. Okay? So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because the affluent beginnings that he gave me played a significant fucking role. That compounds endlessly if they don't even lose their fucking wealth. It doesn't have to be about like him giving me money directly, okay? It's more so about the opportunities that opens up for you, especially if your parents didn't fucking lose all their money at a certain point.
Love this guy. Not because they follow his advice for motivation, because I can assure you they don't. But why? Because when all you're doing is either working or sitting at home. When
you say insanely wealthy, you don't even make billions? No, of course not. No, obviously not. No, but they made like a fuckload of money.
Not complaining. What are you not doing? Organizing, thinking, unionizing, attempting to improve society somewhat.
Yes.
What we should have a hustle culture for is getting the working class to advocate for their rights as workers, to improve social mobility.
Fuck yeah.
And I'll do that with swearing if that's what works for Gary. Fuck! Shit! Cock! Vote for the politicians fighting for your rights. Vote for the politicians that believe in science. Lead from your eyeballs with all your might. purpose, labor value. I want you to sit there in the shower every morning and imagine a billionaire shot directly in the face. Dystopian nightmare. Lesson into hypotheticals on yourself and redirect the blame. We're more than the ones who are able to play the game.
He's dope.
Living wage by majority rule. Unionization is sexy and cool. What's even better than tits and ass? Uplifting material conditions for the working class. Kate Hinchman, Jason Silver, Jesse Jess, Queen, HTH, Zach Art, Larry Gowen, Martin King, Steve.
That was really good.
T. Yeah, I think so. What am I doing today? Gary Vee? Do we want to talk about Gary Vee?
A lot of leftists in here cringing. At their own beliefs. No, they're not cringing at their own beliefs. Like, I mean, music in that form is like, you know, always gonna be a little different. Twitter to you? Yeah. Just hoping Hasan watches the end of my Gary Vee video. I think he would particularly enjoy the finale, especially with the recent merch drop. I did enjoy it. It was really good. Okay.
This soon, after I just had my little rant the other day. Before you watch this video, go to the Greenisnotnick channel. Check if you've missed any of the recent uploads I've done. You know, I've uploaded a lot lately, and the past few videos, not performing great. I'll say it. But I'm going to go back to something that the algorithm likes, and that's Jeezy Veezy. Ah, the tea is good. I've recorded like 3 videos today. What's wrong with me? Gary Vee is he's an enigma. He's sort of like someone made a video about him and called him Münecat, who watched my Gary Vee video actually. They made a video called Gary Vee, the Youth Pastor of Capitalism. And I think that is just the perfect name for this crazy, crazy man. Go check out that video if you haven't yet. I'll put a link in the description. And today, I want to talk about his obsession with garage sales and much more. Let's just jump into it. Philly D. Yo, can we get Philly D on the channel? If you guys are watching this, tell Philly D to...
Guys, I didn't invent united we bargain, divided we beg. And neither did she. It's a very old fucking labor union slogan.
To do a video with me. Let's just jump into it, Philly D. Let's just jump into a friendship, Philly D. Where's my headphone dongle? Headphone dongle, where are you? That voice crack was on purpose. Here it is. Headphone dongle, piss and poo.
Prediction. Greatest garage sale of all time.
That's a steep prediction, Gary Vee. You're about to go to the greatest garage sale of all time? I don't think so. Let's see.
How are you? How is it going?
Good.
Hi. I would love some lemonade. Thank you. You keep the change, okay?
Fake spit take. Did he just give her a $20 bill? That's a lot more than lemonade costs. Whoa.
Hey.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Worth 20 bucks.
Lemonade?
Yeah. Good.
He's about to be like, this fucking... Now I'm gonna sell this for $25 to the next sucker. Fuck you, kid. That's how you do it. Fuck you.
Lemonade.
It's not true. No lemonade is worth 20 bucks. Don't let them fool you into that. Cheap ingredients. A lemon, 50 cents. Water, pretty much free. Sugar, a couple bucks. 20 bucks? I could buy Hollow Knight and still have $5 left over for 5 boxes of Walgreens candy. I would take that any day over lemonade.
Have a wonderful day. Take care. CDs at 25 cents feels like another thing that needs to be discovered.
What does that even mean? CDs at 25 cents. CDs at 25 cents. Is he saying there's like an investment opportunity there? Like he could take those CDs and resell them? Because I don't think so, Gary. I don't think people are really buying used CDs anymore.
It's right about the greatest garage sale ever. Got to pay 20 bucks. Did you see her face? How awesome is that? That was my face in 1985 when...
That was my face in 1985 until someone ripped it off and put it on a young girl in 2022. I just forgot what year it was, legitimately. I was like 2021, and in my head I was like, no, it's later than that, and so I just got the year wrong. Okay.
And that bike rider dropped by and gave me a $10 bill. I'll never forget it to this, literally for the rest of my life.
So Gary Vee has this weird thing where he goes to garage sales and then like gives you freaking tips on
Joe Rogan is going.
I don't wanna talk about Joe Rogan. He just goes to these garage sales and makes these weird deals.
Wait, was that leftovers or what the fuck? No, right? That was a different one of his like. No, that's literally leftovers. What the fuck?
I don't wanna talk about Joe Rogan. He just goes to these garage sales and makes these weird deals and acts like you could actually make a ton of money and make a business out of it. Like, I'll show you this one. Here we go.
How much for the cars?
Oh, a quarter apiece.
Quarter a piece. Hot Wheels quarter a piece. Let's see what he says.
What if I took the 2 buckets?
I like to keep the buckets. I'll put them in the bag. For that.
No worries, you can keep the buckets.
Would you do 20 for both?
No, I don't think so.
Huh? So if they're 25 a pop, and he's saying, I'll give you $20 for both, then he's saying there's about 80 cars in there, which there's more than 80. So he's giving Gary a deal, a hot deal, a Hot Wheel deal. And Gary goes, I don't think so. I don't think I can do $20.
Go 15? In the middle? All right.
Gary cheaped this guy at a $5 for his Hot Wheels bucket. And I know he's trying to make some point. Like, you gotta learn to negotiate. But come on, you couldn't do $5? You couldn't help him out and just give him $5?
I'm just predicting just these 2. Out of the trillion. I literally bought...
That's not a number, Gary, finance man. I'm just gonna give him like the worst bad faith arguments to everything just to combat him.
Like 200 Matchbox Hot Wheels.
So he's saying he bought about 200. So that's a value originally 50. And he told the dude he couldn't do 20. He took away 3/5. He took away 60% of the price and said, I'll give you if you buy this in bulk. The guy said, if you buy this in bulk, normally I would be charging you 50, but I will take away 60% of this and I will give it to you for $20. And he said, I can't do that.
Collectible cars for $15, and I looked up one so far. This one.
Oh shoot! And you can sell. It sells for $11.04. Great, you made $11 so far out of your 15. If you go through eBay's system, taxes, fees taken out of it, and then you have to ship it off in a little envelope and do that work after you just paid $15, and now you have a shit ton of Hot Wheels inside of your garage. Like, is that really what it's worth, dude? You almost broke even. But let's look at this Hot Wheels tattoo machine bus. But you have to look at the fact that this is just a pre-owned purchase. This just says he's selling it for $11. But you can literally go down, what Gary didn't show, is you can go down to a pre-packaged one that's literally still in the package. And this person's selling it for $8. And his is not even in a...
My man did the research, dude. He literally went in and looked at the nitty and the gritty. By the way, but it's... I didn't even think about that, but... Yeah, it's all just... The goal is Gary, one, obviously loves scamming people. Like, he has to do it. Like, it's not enough that he's charging, like, entrepreneurs $10,000 just to fucking, like, steal their idea or take a percentage of ownership over their fucking idea only to give them back the $10,000 if he likes the idea. That's not enough. He has to, like, fuck over people at, like, people who are, you know, selling their trash. He has to get one on them. And, of course, he's not actually selling this shit. He's not going to make money off it. He probably dumps it in the trash afterwards, or probably like whips an intern or something to like actually go and sell it on eBay or whatever. But like, The point is, he makes a video out of it, and the video gets 1 million views because they're very compelling and very fun.
Package, and neither of these have sold. And they've been up for however long they've been up for. So it's BS. This one's still prepackaged and it's selling for $4. Gary baby, don't lie. You can get the same car for literally $4. And that's besides the point. The point is that it's funny that he just tried cheaping that guy out of his purchase. That's the garage sale stuff. He has a ton of garage sale stuff. He loves garage sales. Literally, like, I didn't even know this before, but he completely lied about the value of it just to make it seem like you could actually make money off of it. But you can't. That person didn't make money. He posted that video however long ago. I think that video came out from like 3 years ago. Is that when this happened?
Guys, I paid $50 for all the cars. $50 for all the cars, and this one is just $50 by itself. Just this one.
Did this motherfucker fly to New Zealand? He's like, what? Bro. It wasn't enough. It literally wasn't enough that he was like fucking American yard sales. He's like, I gotta go to New Zealand and fuck the Kiwis, dude. There was a sale. There was a big yard sale. A lot of Hot Wheels to be purchased in New Zealand, so I flew out. First class ticket, $3,000.
Okay, let's see. So he's saying Mattel Hot Wheels, 1979. Okay, so he's saying that this was $50, which that's the starting bid. No one's actually bid on it yet, which means that this person is valuing it at that. But if you look up the same car, which right now that color, no wait, that color's right here. That color's literally right here, 1973. This is the 1979 issue, I guess, but this one's even older and it's got the same design, except they don't have the flames on the top, and it's selling for $5. The same car, but in blue right here, selling for $15. Oh no, here's the actual, this one has the flames on the top. This one says it's from 56, $13. No, this is the car right here. 56, Hightail, Hot Wheels, vintage, whatever, blah, blah, blah. It's 4 bids right now, and it's at $6. So that actually shows where the market's at because the people are bidding on that, and it's $6. He just straight up lies about how he can flip all this stuff and make money off of it, but he really can't. Let's see what else he lied about. Vintage 1983 Hot Wheels.
Is it surprising that this guy fucking is really invested in NFTs? Gary got me looking at Hot Wheels on eBay for real. I've been spawned. Hey everyone, Hasan should watch a Gary Vee gum video. What the fuck is that?
Crack ups. This one is really screwed up, but it's $1. Here's one of the police cars. $650 is the starting bid. No bids on it so far. But most of the other ones are just minimum prices where you have to buy it first. That doesn't mean they were actually sold by those people. Like these ones are just or best offer, and they're not actually being bought by anybody. It's not like these things are being sold. Lot of 2 1950s Midge toy flatbed. I don't see the flatbeds, but I see a lot of the Midge toy diecast 1950s, and they're all going for $4, $3, but they're still all on bid or best offer. But he's taking these expensive ones, these $20 ones, which I'm sure he only got one of these. It probably wasn't the lot of 2. And he's picking these things that aren't even being bid on. And he's pretending like he could make the max amount of money off of each single one of these when most of them have been rolling around in a bin and aren't as high quality as these. Like way more.
Grimes responded. Why would you fucking link your own tweet to say Grimes responded? That is like ban worthy, dude. That's like, you take a day off, sir. I should have timed you out permanently. How dare you, dude? How dare you? Still gonna check though. Nope. Nope. You gave me hope. That's the worst, dude. Worst of all, you gave me fucking hope.
More.
Wait, Gary Vee gum?
I swallow every piece of gum.
What?
I've swallowed every piece of gum that I've ever chewed in my life.
Oh
don't think it's cool or anything. I don't think it's fucking amazing. It's just the truth. I think it's efficiency. I don't think I want to give up the 100th of a second putting in a napkin.
Okay, dude, that's like, that's a mistake. That's actually like, holy shit, she's in here. Stop. Stop doing that, dude. Why are you doing that? Why the fuck are you, why are you fucking, you know, getting me excited? Very upsetting.
Swallow that shit.
Paid $55 for cars, current minimum asks, plus current bids. So no, like he's picking a lot of these are minimum asks. You can click on any of these. This is a minimum ask. Minimum ask means that no one has actually bought it yet. This is just what the person's asking for. This is a minimum ask. This is a minimum ask. Every single one of these is almost a minimum ask, and it's not a current bid. And he's saying he made $1,330 off of Hot Wheels and pin cars when he only paid $55. When if you actually tried to sell it, you probably would put in a shit ton of effort and end up with no more than like $200 maybe. Probably not even. Because most of these are in, like, what is this? Lot of 44 Hot Wheels Matchbox? Why are you including this $10 random thing? Do you have that exact amount of 44 cars? Like, even if he's correct about any of it, which he's not, and he actually took the time to try to sell them, most of them would not sell for the max amount you could get it for. And then you still have to spend the time to ship it out and package it up and make sure nothing gets damaged on the way. And all the time that takes, and people think that they can just go to a garage sale and grab all this crap and they're going to make a ton of money off of it. I know that's the point. The point is to get kids to be like, I can be an entrepreneur. I just got to show up to a garage sale and waste all my money on this crap, and I'm going to flip it for a ton of money. So yeah, there's my rant. I think that the trash talk stuff Gary's doing is kind of disingenuous. I feel like he's pretending like he can get a lot more money off of this crap than he can, because he just picks the amount that someone is asking for it and assumes that that's what it would actually sell for. He's taking what one person is saying a product is worth and acting like that's the market price for it, when it's just not, because it still has to sell, Gary. It still has to sell. Anyways, thanks for watching.
Well, the whole point is that the real value for Gary obviously is the fact that those videos get a lot of views and he makes money off the AdSense. And like, there is no planet. I really do hope that at least he like scammed some of these fucking entrepreneurs that like see him as their hero into like going to yard sales and like haggling. Because at the very least, if that is the case, at the very least, you know, you got some people that are able to unload their trash on unsuspecting weirdos. Thanks for watching, Hasan. Dude, it was a great video. Keep it up. You ratioed her, Lamau. I did it for good reason. LSF top post. Old Reddit. Destiny on Hasan's Rittenhouse Trial take. Wow, dude. Definitely seems worth my time. Definitely seems like I should probably watch this. Yeah. I'm definitely not going to do that. Okay? Gary's eBay likely sells things for well above what they're worth because they're... What's up, dude? Are you going to make an NFT out of it and sell it? Is that why you want me to fucking react to it? Huh? Is that what's going on? Trying to fucking push the stink away? Yeah. Elizabeth Moss just ignore their rule too. I don't fucking know what it is, but almost certainly gonna get removed anyway. Yeah, no shit. It's probably fucking straight up politics, right? I mean, I suspect